A very good morning to everyone. Today is the day 2 of the conference, and we will be starting with the very first session called Digital Law and Policy. I would request our speakers, first speaker Mr. Abhinav Saurabh, Cyber Forensic Consultant, Forensic Care Technologies, to come on stage. Ms. Kamaljeet Muni, partner at Dre Consultancy. Group Captain Naidu. Sir, 1 second, I'll just check the other speakers also. Just give me a second. Mr. Abhinav Saurabh, Cyber Forensic Consultant, Forensics Care Technologies. Ms. Kamaljeet Muni, Partner, Adre Consultancy. Mr. Pathik Muni, Partner, Managing Partner, Adre Consultancy. Group Captain Anand Naidu, Director, Information Sharing and Analysis Center. While we wait for Pathik to join, we will have Mr. Abhinav Saurabh to start his talk regarding the OEM presentation related to forensic care technology. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Where is my presentation? This one, sir? This one. This one, this, it. Huh? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for calling me here to provide you some thing on forensics so that you can understand what kind of capability we are carrying with us and what kind of expertise we have here. Thanks Nilit and Government of Nagaland for giving us a platform where all the expert customers and OEMs can share their ideas, views and knowledge, and we can also discuss the challenges, that what kind of challenges you are facing in the field of forensics, and what kind of data you are getting out and how you can proceed with data, how you can process, how you can connect the dots. Okay, during this presentation, I will try to cover 2 points only. One is smartwatch forensics and vehicle forensics, which is the future of the forensics. And another one, what kind of solution you are required to when you are going to set up a state-of-the-art lab for digital forensic, what kind of solution you require, or what kind of things you can do on field, and what kind of data when you bring in a lab, what kind of stuffs you can do, what kind of what kind of information you can get out of, or if you are doing OSINT investigations or geolocation forensics, how you can correlate all these data on a single platform, and what kind of OEMs, what kind of vendors are available in the market so that you can use these products for your purpose to solve the crime and cases. And in last, I will share one of my case, which is very important for all of us because it is about if we are not looking on the deleted data, how much it is relevant when we are investigating a case, how much relevant, how much important information when we left some sort of deleted data, or if a tool is not able to recover, what option we have to go through such kind of data, and how we can obtain using open source tool or any of the preferred tool which is available in the market. I will try to cover in the next 15 minutes. Okay, let's start with the presentation. Now, all of us are using all these kind of apps right now. Okay, we have smartphones, we have smartwatch, and these are the apps. It is like it is carrying a lot of information within it. And suppose if we don't have the suspect phone, but we have their smartwatches, what type of information we can get out, we can take from those smartphones? Suppose if we are not able to bypass the phone locks, or phone is it is pattern based, or face lock, or some sort of encryption is there. But if we have a smartwatch with us, and a smartwatch is carrying all these kind of information, like how many social media applications you are using, what kind of activity you are doing, or whatever thing is installed on the in your phone. Out of that, you can take like 20 to 25 or 50% of data on a smartwatch. And if you have smartwatch access data, then you can correlate maximum of information. But the best part is that you can also identify the status of your suspect, in what kind of mind of state he is at that point of time, or whether he was doing he is able to do or commit such type of crime or not. Yesterday, maximum of the OEMs have already covered that what kind of data they bring with the mobile phones. You can store data within the mobile phone, you can store data on memory card, you have data on clouds, you have data on, there are a lot of OEMs, they already talk about it. I'm just skipping this part. I will just focus on smartwatch, that what new we are bringing in the market with mobile edit. Why smartwatch is necessary for all of us? Why the data is relevant? Maximum of time, at least 8 to 10 hours we wear the smartwatch. What kind of data? There is biometric data, there is heart rate, there is sleep patterns, detailed locations, data which are not on phones, they are on smartphones. Inside, if you look into the inside of the person, or you want to establish the pattern of the light. But out of all these data, one thing is very important, that is the geolocation. If you are carrying a smartwatch, if you are wearing a smartwatch and you are traveling here and there, a smartwatch captures all those GPS location, which is very relevant. Suppose if I am your suspect, I am telling I am not here, I didn't commit the crime. But if somehow if you access my smartwatch and you find out, okay, Avinav was there, I'm not making any call. By CDR, you can obtain that Avinav is here. By if I'm making WhatsApp call, also you can get it by IPDR. But neither I'm carrying my phone, nothing. I have just a smartwatch without any internet connectivity, anything. But still it will store the GPS location that I am here. This is the benefit. If anyone is wearing it and you want to track the location, you want to identify the location, this is the best example for identifying whether your suspect was at that point, when this incident was happened, whether he was at scene of crime or not. We can also do through IPDR and CDR. We can also ask the telecom service provider to provide all these details. They can provide us. But if I'm not carrying my phone, maybe I'm a expert, I'm a genius. I know how police is going to track me, how they can find me. But in somehow I mistaken out and just wear my watch. It will give you these data. And there are solutions. You can visit forensic care stall to see the entire equipment, how it's look like, and what kind of capability they have. They can provide you when you have such kind of cases with you. This kind of device come with the solution which is giving you the access to almost all the smartwatches which are available in the market. You just need to plug and play with the device. It doesn't require any sort of expertise here. All the devices is like just plug and play. You just need to connect, and software will give you the instruction that just follow these steps and you will get the data out of it. You don't need you should be an engineer, you should be a technical guy or expert for performing such kind of activity. You just need to follow the instruction, nothing else. All these tools are made in a such a way, it is so much easy to use. Any of the person who is completely a layman can use it. Now, when we say GPS data or how you are going to import, this is the wizard of the software, and you can see here that when you import such kind of data, it will give you in such a way. Some of the data you already import within by yourself, okay, like weight, height, and you know, some basic information regarding yourself. But after that, whatever activity you are doing, whether you are swimming, whether you are walking, whether you are running, whatever activity you are doing, that smartwatch has capability within that, that application have that options so that it can store all these activity. And based on that, you can identify patterns of your suspect. If you want to see the location, it will look like when you plot the data on if you have offline map or Google map, or by default, some maps come with solution. If you put those data, it will give you in such a view, it will give you the view in such a way so that you will get the information that when you plot this data, you will find the entire link of your suspect, how he's moving across that region, or how he is traveling here and there. If you put a single point on this, it will elaborate and give you that. This is the way how it is connected. All these dots are available. It is not that you need to, you exported the data and you need to plug on some. This is something which is by default software do for you. You just need to click on that and software will give it all these information to you. You don't need to require that you need to plot or you have to find out. Even if you connect it, suppose you have lat longs and you want to connect that, okay, on what location it is going through. You can just Google it, just copy paste that lat long, put in Google map, it will give you, okay, this is the specific location where he was standing at that point of time. You can correlate in that way also. These are the additional data you will find, like heart rate, whether somebody has taken alcohol content, or what is his sleep patterns, blood pressure, activity, mood, changes. These data are very useful. Suppose if I'm telling you that I didn't commit a crime, but I'm your suspect at that point of time. Even if you extract these data from the smartwatch, through these data, you can also identify what kind of health issues or what kind of mentality I have, or at that point of time when you are saying that crime has been done, I was your primary suspect, and in that point of time, I was in what kind of mind state. You can identify from this kind of data and information also. Okay. Now, apart from this smart forensics, what additional features we are giving you is whatever data you are gathering from any of the solutions which is available in the market. Like you have Celebrite within your lab, you have MSAV, you have Oxygen Forensics, whatever kind of tool you are using within your lab. You can import all of those data within mobile edit. That is possible, that whatever data you have extracted, you can correlate all these data within this. As well as it gives you the option to security bypass. We provide the updates. You can do the physical dump also. Physical, when we talk about physical and logical is something which is live data present in the mobile phone. You just want to get the live data. But in physical cases, in few of the cases, we also get deleted data. In maximum time, we are not able to bypass, or we are not able to get the data. But when a device is supported within the software and it is physically supported, there is a chance that it will extract some sort of deleted data also, and that will helpful for the investigation. Now, we have already talked about the smartwatch, cloud forensics. Raghavan sir already discussed yesterday that how much data they have got from the cloud, around 45 GB. In phone, they have 5 GB of data, but from cloud, they obtained around 45 GB of data. It means that now our criminals are also smart. They also know the technology, that how they can hide their data and things and stuff, that if they are committing crime. I always think that criminals are always one step ahead of us. Once they commit the crime, then we as an expert or investigator come into the picture to find out how they did it, and we do that. Okay. if they don't do the crime, there is no role of us to, do the activity. That's why they are always one ahead of, one step ahead of us. And in the same way, deleted data recovery and the report, and these are the feature which is apart from the smart watches within the mobile grid. And apart from this, we also provide you some advanced capability. And the best part, what I like, is the simultaneous extraction. If you have 2 mobile phones, or 3 mobile phones, or 8 mobile phones, you want to do multiple extraction at a time, we are giving you that option. You just need to use a hardware of MS service. Yesterday, Kajal was giving a presentation, and you have seen one product was there, Black Widow. They have the hardware capability, and we have the software capability within mobile. It can give you the option to do concurrent extraction, so that in the same time frame, you can do multiple extraction of the mobile phone. But it should be supported. This is, this is a good thing for, suppose if we are on scene of crime, we have around 30 or 35 mobiles or 40 mobile phones, and we have a limited time of 3 or 4 hours to do the extraction. In that point of time, if we have a hardware which can give us an option to do like 8 to 10 mobile phones data extraction at a time, or 20 mobile phones at a time, and it is not dependent upon the time. That suppose if one phone is taking 1 hour, if we are plugging another one, it will take 2 hours. No, within 1 hour, we will able to complete all those 20 to 30 extractions. That is the benefit of the hardware, and this is the benefit of this software. Okay, this is what you can do. Apart from that if you want to do some specific analysis on the images, suppose if there is a case related to drugs, case related to child pornography, or any case in which there is a data related to pictures, we have a camera ballistic in which you can identify such kind of stuff, and you can find out, and you can also put some sort of keywords, filter out your data. And these are all the relevant features which we included in the software based on the requirement of the law enforcement. We as a law enforcement, what we required when we are using such tool in field or such tool in lab, that what kind of things we require at that point of time, because we have very limited period of time when we go on scene of crime. Sometimes it's like 45 minutes, 20 minutes, or 30 minutes. Sometimes it's 3 hours or 4 hours. But within that time frame, we have to conclude each and everything at scene of crime. Then we can process within the process the data within the lab. Okay. And we also provide you few online trainings, webinar, which is whether you use this tool or not, you can use the dummy version of this tool also, as well as you can opt for these options. These are for the law enforcement to access these materials, so that you can understand what capability we have. You can do the cloud forensics, Smartwatch forensics, as well as you can join our training sessions, you can join our webinars. This will give you the the picture that how much capable we are in the market, and what new things we can bring apart from any of the other vendors. Those are available in the market. Now, the second part is, if you are going to make a state-of-art lab, what kind of tools, what kind of technology, what kind of solutions we required in a state-of-art lab. If we talk about cybercrime, you can find out that I was part of Bihar Police and worked there for 5 years as a consultant. During that tenure, I understand that I can solve the cases from getting data by Facebook, Google and WhatsApp. 80% of cases I can solve through this. I don't require any forensics tool. That is the, when I was there, this is my mindset. But when it comes to correlation of data, that okay, you have identified Avinav is the suspect through Google, you ask the IP address through Facebook, through WhatsApp or any of the social media platform, they provided you this data that okay, this is the IP address of your suspect, and this is when the ID was created, when the ID was last login, they have given you the IP. Through those IP, you have identified, okay, Avinav is the suspect. But what kind of devices I was using for doing such kind of crimes, whether I am using laptop, whether I am using iPad, I am using any other tab, or I am using mobile phone, I am using Mac laptop, I am using Linux laptop. because all these operating systems require a different kind of solutions and product to do the analysis. That is very important. When we are going to relate these dots, in that case, we require such tools. If we are talking about computer forensics, there are a number of operating systems, and each of these tools have their own benefits. If we talk about Xtero, they are very good at deletion of data. If you want to recover deleted data from hard disk computer, they are very good. If you want to do browser forensics, whatever activity has been done by suspect through the browser, for Magnet is good. If you want to extract data from Mac forensics, Cellebrite is very good, that inspector and collector. In that way, we have to identify all those solutions which is required for us if we are going in the field. What kind of solution we require, because at that point of time, we need to do the triage. We have live machines with us, we have live server with us, and we are not able to shut down all those, because if we shut down, we will lose the, the important information which is carrying on the RAM of the machine. At that point of time, what we are going to do, how we are going to do, this is the main purpose for making a lab in such a way, if there is any scenario, if our team has to go on field and they want to work in lab, they have both the solution with them. For that, we have categorized few things for you. If you look here, you will find the first part is computer forensics, next is mobile forensics, email forensics, password cracking, write blocker for you can use to suppose if you are raid in a call center, there are thousands of machines, but your relevant data is like in 5 or 10 computers. You are not able to see all those 1,000 machines at a time. But if this write blocker gives you the option to preview data without tampering the evidence, in that way, those machines, those systems which are relevant for us, those are carrying the data, we can only seize those machines at that point of time. This is the benefit of the write blocker. In the same way, if there is any malware or ransomware attack or any spyware within the system or within the organization, you want to do the forensic, you can opt for network forensics. Audio is something, if you want to, nowadays there are a number of cases of voice cloning and deepfakes and AI. For that purpose, you can use audio forensics, video forensics for the enhancement. In the same way, I already told you regarding the Mac. OSINT is something which is new. Suppose I am your suspect and you don't know anything about me, but somehow you find my alias name, that Avinav is using his name on Facebook or any other place like AB, he is writing down. Now, based on that, two words A and B, how much data you can gather from the open source intelligence, that is very relevant. You will get my profile, you will get my pictures, you will get my mobile number, you will get each and everything using the OSINT solution. It is a solution which can give you the options, even if I am using dark web. If I am doing some sort of activity, illegal or legal activity over the darknet, it will also give you the options. Even if my data is leaked, or any organizational data, any company data is leaked over darknet, you will also access all these information there. This is the capability of OSINT, because nowadays we all are using smartphones. We all are using all the social media platforms. We have put our all data when we go to malls, when we go to restaurant, we write our information. Suppose if Domino's data get leaked out, we all are, maximum of us are ordering from Domino's Pizza. We are doing it from KFC. We are, all these online big basket, all these online services data are leaked on darknet. If you can give your number, we can on a live search, we can show you that how much data related to all of you are available on darknet. This is, very important for that purpose. When you don't know about your suspect, you don't know that what kind of who is behind all this crime and who is the mastermind. But if you have some idea, if you have some sort of information with you, then you can do OSINT and you can find out that how much data related to him over there. Recently, we got one case from Rajasthan CBCID. They have given us one link of Instagram profile, and they told us to identify the suspect. We have just one link of Instagram profile. We don't have time. We don't have data related to that particular suspect. What we did, we run through that profile image recognitions. On whatever profile, same image is there, just we want to check out across the entire platform, Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp, Telegram, all these. and within 15 minutes we get the data. That guy has number of digital footprints over social media, and he is having all the his numbers and his email address as well as his address, and at what point on Bikaner was the location where he was at that point of time. We can also give you all the, if you want to see such kind of demonstration, please let us know. We can definitely give you some softwares, demo versions, or details, so that you can go through it and find out on your cases that how much relevant it is for you. Now, coming to the last point, because we have very less time, I'm talking about this particular specific tool, that is Xtero FTK Central, because this is the best tool for data. If you want to recover deleted data from a hard drive or USB drive, it is the best tool, and they give you some sort of options like processing of data explicit, that is if you want to extract pornographic data or some other data, as well as it give you the OCR, and it give you option of a platform where whatever data you are gathering from different sources, like you are gathering some data from Celebrite, you are gathering some data from MSAB, you are gathering some data from DVR, Magnet DVR, or you are having multiple software within your lab, but all these data related to a single case. You want to process all data in a single case. For that purpose, this is the tool where you can correlate all these dots in a single platform, that is FTK Central. And you will get the idea that how much this is the relevant data for you. Within a case, recently we have used in a corporate case, whether we failed to use, obtained around, we processed around 25 hard disks. And we are not able to find out that what is the relevant data for that particular suspect. Within that, we use that case within FTK, and we have got such kind of information regarding that suspect, that these much of the correlation with him with the evidence, but these are not going to stand in court, because I know that he has very much information regarding that how when we go in court and produce such kind of data, how they can tackle this data. But only one data which was deleted we observe, that is this ITR. If you look at the ITR, you will find both of them are identical, and you can find out that this one of them is edited. This is the only thing which we obtained through this tool, and we have established the entire connection. If we don't able to extract this data, we are not able to correlate that data, that how a person has edited the ITR and how he formed the company, how he is cheating with another company. This is, in some of the cases, we just need to connect those dots. And it's like, there are a number of tools available in the market, and it is not, suppose if you have the best tool within your lab, but maybe in some cases you need to go on open source also. I'm not talking about that specific tool, that this is good for you or any other tool is not good. All of them are good. It depends that what kind of cases you are getting for your purpose. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saurabh. I would now request Ms. Kamaljeet Muni, to speak on digital personal data protection. I know it's a huge bill. Our expectation is more to, summarize what we can get the best out of it, because it's tough to cover that in 10 minutes. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anubhav. In the past decade, our heads have been in our phones and our data has been in the clouds. Our data on social media platforms, which are hosted in websites, which are stored in another locations. And all this has not gone down too well, considering that businesses have time and again abused our trust. Why do I say that? Have you ever received promotional and marketing emails from companies you don't even remember subscribing to? Yes? Sounds familiar? Welcome to the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. So what is this act about? And what does it mean to you? This act is considered to be the biggest and the most radical restructuring of personal data in generations, giving ordinary people unprecedented control of the information that companies are holding about them. So what does this mean for you? Hello everybody, I'm Kamaljeet Kaur and I would be talking on this act today. Because the name is too long, I will refer to this act as DPDPA. So what is the need of this new law? Let's talk about data, your personal data. Today, most of our lives can be digitized, tracked, and logged. Every picture, every message, every journey or trip that we take, even every heartbeat. More and more of our information is getting collected and stored, and many businesses and entities are also trading them. But DPDPA is taking care of these things that identify us, our name, our contact detail, the address of your computer, even your sensitive personal data like your race, sexual orientation, etc. But why do we need this act, you may ask? So let me give you a context, an Indian context first. Do we know Dawood Abraham? Or let me put it like this. Who does not know Dawood Abraham? You can put your hands up if you don't know. So Dawood Abraham, a criminal and a don who operated mostly in the western part of the country, people here also are aware of him. And there is a term coined, organized crime, because Dawood Abraham, like nobody else, has understood the system, understood the gaps, understood the process lapses, understood the loopholes in our judiciary and into our law enforcement agencies, and then operated. So much so that he's now an international criminal. The Interpol is also chasing him. It's like, you know, Amitabh Bachchan and Shah Rukh Khan, Don ko pakadna mushkil hi nahi, namumkin hai. It's like that. Now, fast forward to today's time and age. Today, we have to deal with thousands of such Dawood Abrahams. The cyber criminal today analyzes data better than most of us. They too understand our system, understand the gaps, understand the process gaps, understand the lapses and loopholes into our judiciary and into our law enforcement agencies, and then they operate. And to top it all, they also have social engineering built into it, which makes them a powerful force. Let me ask you one thing. If your banker had to ask you today to invest some thousands of rupees into some kind of investment, mutual fund, what do? We first do our own research. We'll ask our friends who you think know better about the subject. You'll weigh everything, and then finally you decide whether you have to invest or you don't have to invest. Cyber criminals, on the other hand, are able to extract lakhs of rupees out of you within hours, and we don't even consult our immediate family members. Such is the power of data, and hence the act. But let's go back to our previous question. Why do we still need the act? So here is why. In 2013, all of Yahoo's 3 billion user data was compromised, and Yahoo kept it as a secret for 3 years from the victims. Google was fined by the European Commission for using their data to push their comparison platform, comparison tool. And nobody's impressed with what Cambridge Analytica did with sucking up all Facebook's users' personal data and of their friends for their client to push political messages to those who could get influenced. In the cyber world, it is also known as micro-targeting. Have you ever heard of this? Your calls are being monitored for quality and training purpose. Well, under DPDPA, this is not going to be enough, because the act requires you to specifically actively consent rather than just getting assumed. And you can withdraw the consent whenever you like. So in this case, the organization will have to delete your call records if you ask them to. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that DPDPA has taken a stance that all this has got to stop. Organizations now have to have a valid, lawful reason to hold your data. And even more importantly, how are they keeping it safe? If the data, for whatever reason, is getting compromised, the organization is supposed to be informing not just the board, but also you, the victim. So at the heart, what it requires is that everybody designs data protection into their offering and set the privacy setting to high by default. Now, do we know that we also contribute to data storage? Because if the website is not helping us take a decision, we think that the website is not doing enough work. But what is there about us, and what is it that others can see, you may ask? The browsers today, if we are able to analyze some websites, say for example, some top websites globally, the most popular information, like my colleague also mentioned, stored is the geolocation. Now, if we go towards the cybercrime, cyberbullying route, you then know where the person stays, where the person works, which locations the person most visits. Having a knowledge about physical presence of a person can expose him to a different level of attacks. And a perpetrator is able to do this via a simple phishing attack. A careless click here, and the perpetrator knows what you are typing. It's basically like a brain dump of what you're thinking and what you're doing. And mind you, the browser is also holding data such as user ID and passwords. So user ID and passwords to your social accounts, to your digital accounts, and also your bank accounts. Though most of the websites do put an additional layer of protection when it comes to financial transactions, but these are very trivial and not very difficult to hack into. And if this is not enough, we also have the autofill. So autofill basically is the information that we type when we are filling up a digital form. But when we leave the website, the data does not leave, so that it's not accessible to anybody else. The data stays there, so that when you're visiting the website next time, it helpfully suggests you what you need to enter. But this data is also holding information such as your security question, like the mother's maiden name, etc. So if you see, the perpetrator today need not hack your individual accounts. What they need to do is only hack your browser, and the information is available. Now, under the Act, like I've said, anybody holding such kind of data about you needs to ensure that the data is kept safe. The other rights that we get under this Act is to understand what is the kind of data the organization is holding, who the organization is sharing the data with, and where did they get it in the first place. If you think that they've got it in a deceitful manner, you can actually go and ask them to delete the data. So if you look at the rights that we have got under this Act and what we've discussed so far, if organizations today need to ask for your information, they have to be upfront about it. No more checkboxes with complicated questions making you give information more than you want. And say if a database of a website is hacked and your information is stolen, the organization is responsible to inform you of the hack within a reasonable time. You have the right to see what the organizations or companies are holding, what information the companies are holding, and who it is getting shared with. So DPDP Act basically has the effect of making us look at data in a different light. Many campaigners say that it's a very good opportunity for large businesses to build trust with their customers after the scam of data misuse, etc. Some critics also say that it's going to be a burden on the business because it involves a lot of commercials to implement the Act and to maintain it. Honestly speaking, we don't know how this will all pan out, but it looks like it will pan out for good. And this is the need of the hour. We are finally awakening to the criticality of the data and its protection. And this is just the beginning of the journey. It is going to change forever the way we are going to look at data. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just a glimpse of the Act. We distributed a book yesterday. I would urge all of you to go through it. The book has been written to circumvent the complex legal language of the Act. However, I must admit that this Act is written very, very simply if you really go to read it with illustrations. But this book will provide guidance to all the leaders as to how to maneuver and navigate and implement this act within your organizations and teams. I would specifically urge the law enforcement agencies to understand this act very well because it goes hand in hand with cybercrime. So I would urge the agencies go through it, and if there are any questions, I would answer now and even later. So we can have a Spock who's collecting the questions and routing it to me. And I promise that if it is required, I would come back to do a training as well. Now, we have written this book and printed in a span of 10 days because it is so important, and I wanted all of you to have that handy for reference in future. Thank you for listening to me patiently.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request Pathik Muni, managing partner at Adri Consulting, to speak on transforming justice, the new era of criminal law.
Thank you, Anubhav. Friends, I'll start with this, okay? It's morning. It's still to hit 11 o'clock. I think everybody has eaten their breakfast well. Can I see that level of energy? Because I'll be honest, okay? What we are talking about here today, yesterday and today, is something which is a summary of what you are going to be facing as law enforcement officers. Like one of our friends, Sridhar from TCS, mentioned yesterday, quantum computing is coming 2030. Everything that we are doing today is going to probably be redundant. Okay. However, we still have to live the 6 years. Okay. And this 6 years is going to be about a lot of cybercrime. Okay. Like Madam here mentioned about Dawood Ibrahim. Dawood Ibrahim happened to be a man who troubled this nation's enforcement agencies for many, many years or probably decades. You are facing thousands of them now with an added layer of data, okay? Now think about it. Dawood Ibrahim never used data. He was an organized criminal, okay? But he never used data. Can you imagine Dawood Ibrahim thinking that मेरे को इधर shoot out करने का है, उसके पहले let's analyze कि ये signal पे कितने लोग मरे हैं, कितने लोगों को इधर मतलब कितने लोग इधर होते हैं, कितने लोगों के सामने मैं बंदूक निकाल सकता हूँ, कितने टाइम में मैं वहाँ से शूट करके निकल जाऊँगा. ये सब वो डेटा एनालिसिस नहीं करता था, ठीक है? लेकिन साइबर क्रिमिनल्स आज की तारीख में पिन पॉइंट everything they have analyzed. They are way better than all of us, and they are educated, okay? And even their teams who are uneducated, okay, they have been trained so well that they can take the most learned person, okay, out of the crowd with a surprise. People have lost money. Sir mentioned yesterday that he was a victim to, financial fraud, okay? I know of a lot of such people, very, very intelligent people who have fallen for this. Why? Okay, it's because these cyber criminals are those powerful people who use tech, psychology, data efficiently, okay? And if we don't understand this, then I don't know how we are going to be dealing with them, and it's going to be a pain to deal with them. So, before I get on to the 3 acts, okay, can we start with what I call the war cry, okay? On my mark of 1, 2, and 3, can everybody say Ahu? Is it possible? Yes? No? Yeah? Okay. So I'm going to go for the count, okay? I repeat myself, Ahu, okay? And to the top of your voice. It activates your brain neurons. I'm telling you, trust me on this, okay? 1, 2, 3. Ahu. Great. Okay. Because I'm a lawyer, okay, I need to start with legalities, okay? Copyright. Cyber Buddha. Cyber Buddha is not a person. Cyber Buddha is my brand, okay? so nobody copies this, okay? Okay, so the topic today is the 3 enactments that the government of India did last year, which got enforced this month, okay? Now these 3 are our general laws, and it's the fundamental pillar where our entire criminal justice system stands upon, okay? Now, of course, you guys are practicing officers. I don't need to tell you IPC, I don't need to tell you CRPC, I don't need to tell you the Evidence Act. However, these 3 acts are not independent acts, okay? These 3 acts are acts which are to be read with each other, okay? And hence, the 3 new enactments, okay, are also on similar lines, okay? They replace the old legacy laws, okay? If I have to genuinely get prints of these 3 new enactments here, probably some few hundred pages with a few hundred sections, okay? Impossible to discuss them. Even if I have to just show you the highlights of this match, okay, it's gonna take me a day to do that, okay? I am not been given that much time, right? So what I am gonna do is just touch upon the most fundamental thing in these 3 enactments. What was the need? I have a lot of friends who are anti-BJP, so to say, and when this act got enacted, they asked me that, listen, you know what, there are a lot of Supreme Court lawyers who are saying that kuch naya nahi hai, sirf acts change kar diye gaye, okay, sirf naam badal diye gaye, nahi, okay. I gave them an answer that you guys are not law students, let's not practice that, okay? If you look at these laws, these 3 laws, one big fundamental change that these acts bring in is the lawmakers' acknowledgement of digitization, okay? Now, when I say digitization, that is the world that we live parallelly in. There is a physical world, okay? But there is a digital world. And these 2 worlds are very different, and I'll show you how. Well, traditional crimes, okay? Let's take dacoity, for example. I'm sure you guys have dealt with cases of theft and dacoity in your careers, okay? Typically, call aaya, pata chala, you go down to the crime scene, you start investigating, you collect evidence. One of the evidence is gonna be witnesses, correct? You would gather as many of them, you would record statements of them, you would take down their contact details, you will see if, you know, those statements are recorded in the right manner, which would be admissible in the court of law, okay? And then you present those witnesses during the trial, right? Now think about this, cybercrime. Where are you gonna get the witnesses from? Do you think that a person who is sitting in some part of this country and a crime which is occurring in another part of the country, okay, which you are investigating, okay, do you think that you are gonna be able to collect evidence in terms of witnesses here? Most cybercrime does not have witnesses, okay? Now, this is where the fundamentals change in physical world and digital world. Okay, the way you behaved, the way you investigated is gonna change. Okay, cybercrime is very different than physical world crime. Just to shoot you with a challenge here. Dacoity in the past used to be under your jurisdiction, only then you would investigate the matter, right? So a lot of things under your jurisdiction. Cybercrime, it's not under your jurisdiction. Victim comes to you. The victim has fallen prey to a cyber criminal who is probably sitting in India or maybe not sitting in India. A very senior officer from the forum yesterday over a conversation told me about this, where there is a set of people who are running a business in Cambodia, where they are getting people of all ethnicity from India, okay, to Cambodia for job, okay. Now, what is the job? The job is to speak to their people back in this country, okay, and scam them, okay. using social engineering, using the language, using the skills that they possess. They understand the terrain, they understand the culture, okay? They are using it to scam and loot money. Triveni sir yesterday started with an example where he investigated a case which was some fraud of 2 lakh rupees or 2.2 lakh rupees. This lady eventually ends up with a scam of 4,200 crores. Do you understand the magnitude here? Okay. Cybercrime, especially the financial crime, we deal with it every day. And when we deal with it, the way I look at it is that is the single most thing which can cripple the economy of this country. Okay, this country can go through, terrorism may sound to be a very small problem in front of cybercrime in times to come. And trust me on it. You would say that, terrorists sirf Hindustan ke 5 hisse mein hai, 7 hisse mein hai. Cyber criminals are in 30 states. They are impacting 30 states. They have become so efficient that now they are getting recruited by other countries, okay, to perform scams in different locations in the world. Can you believe that? We were the IT superpowerhouse of the world. We would be the guys who would, you know, export softwares, but could you even imagine that we are going to be exporting criminals? We do today, okay, as a country. It's not officially recorded, right? But it's happening, okay? Now, understand this. This is the reason why these acts have been changed. Because fundamentally, now the government, the lawmakers now realize that digitization is very much part of our lives. However, when we look at this digitization being enacted into the act, there are some complexities also here, okay? Like the act mandates you that 7-year plus punishment, any severe punishment, okay, you should do a video recording of the crime scene, right? Fantastic. Now the challenge is also here. If there is no crime scene under your jurisdiction, how do you do video recording of it, right? Here, you are not dealing with things which are happening in your jurisdiction. Here you are dealing with things which are happening even outside your jurisdiction. So you would need to look at a lot of collaborations with other state police, maybe other agencies. There are multiple agencies which are there, and each one of them function in their own way. Now the best part, okay, cyber criminals, they rely upon technology, okay, and most of us, we don't come from backgrounds of technology. Now I'll tell you what is the fundamental problem here. Fundamental problem, you meet an engineer, you tell him, can this be done? The person would tell you that probably abhi to nahi ho sakta, lekin I don't think this is not possible, I can make it. Okay, this is an engineer's approach, okay? Now, look at the approach of a lawyer or any law enforcement. This law mein hai kya? How does this fit into the framework of law? Okay, is the first question that has been asked, okay? The reason why is the principle theory that has been taught to us in both the classes, and I've been fortunate to sit in the engineering classes also and law classes also. Okay, engineers are programmed to be proactive. Lawmakers, lawyers, enforcement guys, all of this are reactive people. Something has to happen for us to react. Okay, now this is 180-degree apart thought process. One is proactive, one is reactive, and we're dealing with that here. Okay, these acts basically enable us to do that. However, there are procedural problems today. We don't know, okay, how those procedures are gonna be probably, you know, used at the courtroom levels. Like for example, trials have to be completed in time. That's what the acts we here say, okay. I don't know, my fraternity, lawyers, but with all due respect to all the seniors, we rely our revenue models on dates, okay? Tariq pe tariq, tariq pe tariq, tariq pe tariq. That is what gets us the money, okay? Because every tariq, we go and tell our client, "Ki sir, wo paisa," okay? And that's when we get paid, okay? So we are those people who like to drag upon a case, okay? Because we get paid well, okay? Now I don't know if the law says that timely trial karo, okay, लॉयर्स को थोड़ा प्रिविलेज तो मिलता है, हम तो जीएसटी भी नहीं भरते, ठीक है. सो यू कैन इमेजिन कि कोर्ट रूम में तो हमको रिप्रेजेंट करना है, ओके, तो हमें कितना ये बैठेगा वो पता नहीं है, तो लेट्स सी. Okay, time will tell us, probably next few sessions will tell us that, हम क्या करने वाले हैं. Okay, however, the law does say this, that timely trials karo. Okay, the law does say one more very important thing, and I want to leave you all with that note because that's going to be very, very, very important. Something that came up in a conversation yesterday on the panel, Triveni sir was there, and someone from the audience had asked this question, which effectively got there, where is there an integrated unit? Is there an integrated team? Triveni sir very explicitly said, no, it's not there. It is not existent. And that's how that panel got closed. Okay, now I'll tell you, yes, it's a real life problem. Okay, if you don't realize it, please find friends in cyber forensic guys. Okay, you're gonna need a lot of them. Okay. Section 176 by 3 states that you need, or it mandates that you need to have a cyber forensic audit of the crime scene or whatever, okay, mandated for cases or where conviction is above 7 years. Now there are a lot of sections which have 7 years plus. Okay, so you are basically looking at getting in the forensic expert every time. Now the problem, okay, look at a case of dacoity. We'll revisit dacoity again. Okay, now think about this. Dacoity एक बैंक में हुआ, physical बैंक में हुआ, ठीक है, आप पुलिस ऑफिसर हो, आपने फोरेंसिक वाले को फोन किया, फोरेंसिक वाले को आपने एक ब्रीफ दी. You gave a brief to that forensic guy. What was the brief? ये बैंक में dacoity हुई है, okay, probably we are suspecting 4 or 5 people, okay, who have, done this crime, okay, and then the forensic team would come and they would collect as many pieces of evidence that they can, kapde, jute ke marks, bal, okay, fingerprints, this, that, whatever, right, routine, okay, this is how forensics would work with you. But if you see, a very important component here was your brief. Kya hua hai? Okay, वो बहुत important है. Okay, now look at cyber forensics. अगर आपको ही नहीं समझ में आएगा कि ये क्राइम कैसे हो रहा है, अगर आपको नहीं समझ में आता है कि मतलब ये क्रिमिनल्स कैसे ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, अगर if you don't understand how digitization works, digital life works, what is the brief that you are going to give your forensic guys? What are you going to tell? Okay, yesterday another speaker, okay, spoke about something which they just routinely ignored, and suddenly they found this file in the pornographic files where they got a lot of data. I think, sir, you, right? Look at it, okay? Cyber forensics can do a lot of stuff. We have seen it over the last 2 days, okay? That, cyber forensics can really get us so much. Sir here today explained us right from geolocation to everything. I believe this, okay? A smartwatch can tell you exactly where is my bedroom in my house, and can also tell you where is my bathroom in my house, and I'll give you a simple logic to it, okay? मेरा अगर वॉच एक ही जगह पे 7 घंटा आइडियल पड़ा रहता है, that is most likely my sleeping place, okay? And that's gonna be my bedroom, okay? And the next location in the morning, okay, that I'm going to visit, which is going to be next to it, is my bathroom. Okay, so location does matter, okay, in investigation. But आपको ये data, IG sir कल बोल रहे थे कि charge sheet आपके हाथ में है. If you don't know what to record in those charge sheets, then we lawyers, depending upon where we are, would be at benefit or the problem. If we are the public prosecutor, oh, big problem for us because your charge sheet is going to be weak. I don't know how to get that accused to conviction. Okay? However, if I am the defending lawyer, I'm happy. I love such very weak charge sheets because then I scrap it off and then I go, FIR squashing, khatam, case khatam, accused bar, I get a lot of money. Okay? Yes, that happens, right? See, you have to realize, आईजी सर आपको क्यों बोल रहे थे चार्जशीट के बारे में? Because you may get a report from the forensic lab. Okay, if you can't interpret it, if you can't put it right, okay, in your charge sheet, if you can't record that evidence right, then it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem. Okay, and we as lawyers are going to exploit it if we are the defending side. Okay, and I love doing that. Okay, so understand this. These 3 acts are something that cannot be done in a day. It needs at least a 3-4 day kind of a thing. Okay, but I would strongly suggest that एक बार पढ़ो ये acts को. Because if you don't read these acts, you don't know only कि आपको next 1 साल, okay, क्या training करनी है. And I'm telling you, find yourself friends, okay, who are engineers, okay, who are software guys, who are forensic guys. You are gonna need all of them. That team, and ज़रूरी नहीं है कि government हर चीज़ करे, right? Like I as a lawyer, okay, I don't have the facility of making a team which is gifted to me by government of India or government of any state, okay? But I have everything, okay? I have forensic experts, I have privacy experts, okay? I even have psychologists, okay? I play because my clients pay me when I win cases, okay? And your medals come in when you get your conviction rate high. Okay, so you have to understand, if you want to get those medals, okay, then you have to read these acts. Okay, I am happy to come back, like madam said, for a 3-4 day program that NILIT can organize, and I can train you all on details of these acts. Okay, however, I would appreciate if each one of y'all can really go through it. And I'm happy if NILIT can create a SPOC, okay, from your end, okay, shoot down those questions to that SPOC, okay, happy to answer them, happy to get onto an online meet also to only specifically address those problems, okay. We all need to work together, okay. If we don't work together and if we start working in silos, that is the first exploitation that the cyber criminals are gonna do, okay. They know that we work in silos, right? They have learned it well from Dawood Ibrahim and they have bettered it. Okay, they exactly know that enforcement agencies का shortcoming कहाँ है, judiciary का gaps कहाँ है. They have mapped everything, and why can I tell you this so confidently, my dear friends? Is because I represent certain of those criminals. Okay, so when I represent them, I get to know their full side. I have even gone to their locations, okay, and they have explained me like they have set up this huge call center, okay. And they've explained me every system of it because I was representing them in the court of law, all right? So I know these guys. These guys are superb. They are really efficient. If we don't build up our team here, okay, we are going to be dead. Trust me on it. And what we are dealing with is something that can cripple the economy of this country. Think about it. Thousands of crores. Sir ने 2 लाख रुपए का fraud से चालू किया था, 40 to 100 crores का fraud निकाला, okay? And आपको लगता है कि वो एक ही fraud था? मतलब यहाँ इतने सारे police officers बैठे हैं, I'm sure everybody has dealt with one of those cases, okay? We have someone heading Punjab police here, okay, for cyber, okay? I'm certain that he would say, oh, करोड़ रुपए, कल उन्होंने एक figure ही दे दिया कि हम लोग 5 करोड़ रुपया तो हमने recover कर लिया है. तो आप समझ रहे हो, मतलब 5 करोड़ रुपया तो recover हो गया, okay? Now आप सोचो क्या पैसा जा रहा है. I can tell you bankers get these offers, okay? Branch manager को offer मिलती है. Branch manager को offer मिलती है. देखो मेरे को warning भी मिल गई, okay? A branch manager gets a call and he gets told that, listen साहब आप सिर्फ accounts open करो, हम 6 महीने तक ये account को dormant रखेंगे, ठीक है? And 6 महीने के बाद हम 3-4 दिन use करेंगे, आपको रोज का 1 लाख रुपया देंगे. Okay, now imagine this. A banker is getting paid 30 lakh rupees a month, okay, for the next 6 months, okay, he gets paid 1 crore 80 lakh rupees in those 6 months, okay, to do what? Just to open a few accounts, that's it, okay. Think about these guys, they are that efficient, they plan it, meticulous planning, okay. Think about it, we don't team up, okay, we are doomed, right? Before Anubhav starts kicking me from there, thank you. okay? And I'm happy to address everything, okay, that you want to learn about these acts, okay? We can organize this complete show, okay, and do this. Thank you so much, friends.
Thank you so much, Pathik, for your presentation. While I did consider that if you give a lawyer a mic, it will take some time. So, but yeah, very interesting. Thank you for covering and making it as simple as possible for all of us to understand, because the name changes itself was very difficult for us to understand what does it implies for. So thank you for breaking it down. Now I would request our group captain Naidu to share his insights on organizational cybersecurity, the foundation and existence of the digital world. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning, everyone. First of all, thanks to Nail It and also USI, General Anand, for connecting me to the organizers and me getting this opportunity. I am Group Captain Anand Naidu. I am from ISAC, Information Sharing and Analysis Center. A lot has been spoken yesterday and today morning also as to how we will do forensics once the crime is reported. Fantastic. Now, how do we report the crime? And before I give a little insights into it, I must thank Cyber Buddha for that war cry and making the people alert while there was a tendency to go into the drowsiness after the good breakfast. And also leading to certain important points that are there. He said, look for friends. Look here, I'm your friend. He also spoke about, very subtle way, he spoke about the ethical issues that are bothering us, the bank managers and others. Trust me, if Chanda Kochar has been one of the most powerful person almost on the earth at one stage, Rana Kapoor was calling shots everywhere. And where are they? We know where are they. Ethical issues. So these 2 points, thanks for highlighting. I would just quickly share some of the thoughts. Of course, before that, a little bit about my organization also. We are a non-profit organization with international presence, and we provide solutions to critical problems. Now, critical problems can be in the critical information infrastructure area, where big things are happening and at big organizations, or small little things that are bugging us, all of us, like the cyber frauds that everyone has been talking about against the individual, against the networks, against the society at large, the money loss and the sexual offenses online and things like that. We provide solutions for both. We have public-private partnership with Ministry of Education for cybersecurity capacity building. We have an MOU with Ministry of Defense for various things I can't discuss. AICTE, CERTIN, we have collaboration for cybersecurity capacity building. We run 26 certifications in cybersecurity. One of the program is at the highest level in the world, where the top leaders in the country, the influencers, many of them are part of that program. Many IPS, IAS officers also are part of it. Karnataka digital economy, we have a specific special relationship, because of which we are operating out of Mysuru as the technology and knowledge partner for cybersecurity in Karnataka. MDI, IIT Gandhinagar, we deliver some certifications and jointly certify between IIT Gandhinagar and our organization. GMR for aviation cybersecurity, School of Planning and Architecture for the crime prevention through environmental design, and many other organizations. We have established and are establishing cybersecurity centers of excellence in India, and of course in Indonesia we have established one, UAE we have established one. We have patented cyber physical system labs, which are digital twins with cybersecurity focus. Virtual labs also, if anyone wants to train in cybersecurity, we offer virtual labs on cloud on a license basis. Our UAE labs received 3 Guinness Book of Records for the Cybersecurity Council. We have incubated some companies to deal with specific problems that are existing. Okay. Coming to the main topic, cybersecurity organizations and how we can address them. I think the challenges are very, very clear. All of us have been spoken to. And the one issue is ubiquitous in nature. The crimes are happening every time and everywhere. And from everywhere, against everyone, this is the problem. Not only in India. Crimes are happening against anyone and everyone. But unfortunately, there is no unison of thought as far as the definition of cybercrime itself is concerned. The world has not been able to come to terms with the definition of the phrase cybercrime. That is the situation. The last convention on cybersecurity, way back, Budapest. That's the state of affairs. UN says, in this context, community building and community response is the only way to fight the cyber crimes. Now, are we ready to be part of that community to fight cyber crimes, whether it is against the individual, organizations, or countries, or society at large? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves. Why? Because every crime, please understand, directly or indirectly impacts the national security. Every crime. We may think it is small, but sorry, if I lose 1 rupee and if I don't report, or if I report also and the policeman says that, sorry, you have come here for 1 rupee loss, I've got much bigger things in life to deal with, it's a fact. It's a fact. He has got so many things to deal with. But by registering the complaint and taking action on that 1 rupee loss, he is possibly preventing loss of what he said, Cyber Buddha, 4,200 crores. We deal with people on daily basis, people losing crores of rupees, highly educated people, professors in computers and cyber security. So it's all over there. People are committing suicide for 10,000 rupees. For that lady who committed suicide in Bangalore for 10,000 rupees playing online rummy, 10,000 is a huge amount for her. But there are many police stations or commissionerates where they have a limit. If the crime is pertaining to less than this amount, like for example, I am in Mysuru, unwritten word is anything up to 1,99,999 rupees, not a priority. Likewise, because they are hard pressed. There are too many difficulties as far as the forces investigating and dealing with these crimes are concerned. Society is actually going berserk, literally. Children, one generation is already off the main track. The video gaming platforms have become biggest preying grounds for all kinds of crimes. All kinds of crimes. Trust me, the kind of crimes that we are dealing with on video gaming platforms, it's horrendous. We have trained some people who have been creating these video games and these special effects for the video gaming, and 2 of them were super specialists in creating this special impact when a crime is committed online during the video game, how it can impact and retain the retentivity of the player. Whether blood should ooze if there is an accident, blood should drip, blood should come out as a gush. This was his specialization. He was only worried about blood coming out of the accident, the person who has met with an accident online. And he says, that's how we keep getting these players again and again and again by creating these special effects. Now, if that is a kind of super specialization that is there on video gaming platforms, I do not know how many of you are aware. There are 5 big companies which are holding complete sway over the video gaming industry. And they spend a lot of money. On what? On lobbying to make sure that the video gaming is not regulated the way it should be regulated. There are big players, please understand that. So we need to be cautious. Common threats, I don't have to go over it. Financial losses, damage to reputation, individual levels also. It's not only company's reputation, it is individual's reputation as well we are talking about. Operational disruptions, legal repercussions. One issue that has not been getting the importance that it ought to get is loss of life, potential to lose life in IoT, OT security situations. If there is a breach in operational technologies, there is going to be bloodshed on the shop floor. And we are going to see that in many important critical sectors, whether it is space sector, aviation sector, the mobility sector as a whole is going to be in a problem. I do not know how many of you have realized or remember what the Honorable Minister for Railways said after the Balasore accident. He said, there is a potential sabotage. And it was a cyber attack. Understand what can go wrong and how they can impact all of us. And if the police force have to investigate a situation like that, in that situation, are the police forensicators ready, trained, equipped to deal with OT security forensics, IoT security forensics? Today, every one of us have IoT devices. Everyone talked about them. We want to open the curtains or close the curtains while in the office. We want to switch on the TV or the fridge. We want to lower or increase the temperature while in the office. Our children are using fan switch on and it switches on. Fan switch off, it will switch off. Some celebrity is saying, oh wow, nice air conditioner. So all these things also are collecting a lot of data, and they are also attack surface for the criminals. We are increasing the attack surface beyond our imagination. The main problems are skill deficit, unethical practices, and tech abuse. Skill deficit, ladies and gentlemen, is a big problem. We are not understanding the kind of problem that is going to create by stamping people as cybersecurity professionals and cybersecurity experts, even when they know nothing about the cybersecurity. There are students who are getting stamped and claiming to be cybersecurity experts with one certification being done by them. There are people who are claiming to be experts in cybersecurity with just one online certification being done. No hands-on training. You give them a device, he will shiver. Please be cautious and careful, because he is going to definitely make you lose a lot of money and reputation if you employ such person. Skill deficit is the main problem in cybersecurity. It is not of non-availability of people. People are available in India. They are very good, some of them. But cybersecurity skills are not there because we are pushing them. I keep speaking to a lot of institutions because we have collaborations. They say, give cybersecurity training in 2,000 rupees. I said, are you bargaining with me for cucumber or something like that? I mean, it's ridiculous. He charges 4 lakh rupees per annum per student as capitation fee. And he is asking me to make an individual student as cybersecurity expert in with 6 certifications and empanelment in national security database that we manage. All that for 2,000 rupees. Now, what am I going to teach in 2,000 rupees, and how am I going to make him a cybersecurity professional? And it's happening. And then he told me, he showed me a list of 4 companies. Sir, they are ready to do it at 1,500. Since you are a good reputation, so we thought we will speak to you. Please be careful about it. We are going to kill ourselves, and our companies are going to close. What Madam Kamaljeet has said, DP Act, the fine part she has not mentioned, the penalties that are going to be imposed, up to 250 crores. I do not know how many of the companies will have 250 crores to be paid if there is a penalty once the Data Protection Board is going to be constituted very soon. I think September 17th or so it will be constituted. And if it is constituted, the fines are going to be very heavy initially, at least, because India wants to show that we are serious about this data, because we are the creator of maximum data in the world. We don't look back, we don't think about what all we are doing, where all we are leaving our online footprints. That's the basic problem. Foundation for an organizational success in cyberspace. Of course, this is a very old, this one, people, process, technology are the key elements. I will not talk about technology. We have had a lot of people talking about good technologies, of course. Processes, it's a mix. So I will focus more on people. Adequately skilled and ethical workforce makes all the difference. Please understand that. How do we achieve this? Some of these stages can be for all of us. We need not be cybersecurity professionals to go through these stages. What are those? Awareness and knowledge, at least to protect ourselves. Protect ourselves, protect our near and dear ones. That is a basic requirement. Once my protection is taken care, my near and dear ones are protected, there is a semblance of cybersecurity starting up. Then the cyber hygiene. Hygiene is cleaning up. I should know first, and then only I can clean up. To clean up, I should know more than just the awareness. So we have a lot of people doing awareness programs. Fantastic. It should be done at a greater level across these segments. Class 4 students are in metaverse, by the way. And they are having fights on metaverse. We had dealt with a case in Mysore. They are fighting with another avatar of another class 4 student. And they both come to police station, and the police station doesn't know what to do. They said, no, this is not within our purview. Obviously, this is something which is not yet into the reality, but it's happening everywhere. Okay? skilling to convert knowledge through hands-on practice for employability. Employability not only for job and payment and salary, but if I want to give my device to someone to check if something is wrong, he should be capable of handling that. That's what we are saying. That's a requirement. And ethical framework on top of it. For everything that we do in cyberspace, if there is no ethics, there is no cybersecurity. At all levels, whether it is an individual organization or at the country level also. Why some countries are involving in nation-state sponsored cyber attacks? Unethical. We have to protect ourselves from that. But in our case, unfortunately, the insiders are more attacking our own systems. That is the biggest problem. Insider frauds are much bigger than what we presume. There is a report known as Kroll report. Every year it comes. And this talks about the ethics part. Okay? The fraud index it is known as. Global fraud index as well as the Asian fraud index. It comes every year. And unfortunately, India is rated very low. And Asian fraud index, fraud survey says Indians are not only corrupt, but can corrupt anyone. And the number of cases that are listed there, you can't believe. Such senior people have done that, and junior people also, junior management, senior management, middle management, every one of us. For some reason, our education system did not have the moral education for a long time. Now the new education policy has brought that word ethics at 3 places in the whole policy. But at least it has brought back. Now the initiation is there. But what to do with that block of people who have now become parents also? What are we passing on to our children in terms of ethics at workplace? Morals, I am not talking about what you follow at home. It's okay. It comes from conventions. It comes from the customs. But at workplace, what am I doing? Am I passing on to my child to be ethical at workplace? Or I am only telling him, make more money quickly. If that is the case, then we are actually causing a lot of damage to him also. So that's why ethics. So role of ethics in cybersecurity, it helps build organizational culture. Data-driven world, we need to be careful about the culture that we are living in and creating and maintaining. Privacy and data protection regimes, I've already told you, 250 crores, up to that level we can be charged. ISAC and AICT, we have an MOU for creating ethical workforce in India, and we are running a campaign as an initiative for honest CV. There is a study which says that if an individual is being honest for 5 years in the initial stages, he sticks to it. That is the outcome of that study. Now, what we and AICT are doing is, when that global fraud survey report has gone to the national leadership, I believe, has called the AICT chairperson, and he called us for some collaboration. He said, how do we tackle this? We said, we already have a process for this. What? He said, we have anyone who is trained in ISAC for cyber security, they have to undergo this ethics training, ethics certification. There is also some more processes are there, like insurance and against frauds and other things. So he said, why can't we give it to all the students? We said, okay, fine, no problem. But I will not pay you. I said, that's okay. That's also okay. I have no problem. I will look for CSR or other outcomes. That's not a problem. So we have collaborated to create ethical workforce. We are running a campaign known as honestcv.com. All that we urge is, when you are recruiting people, just ask. I believe AICTE has a policy of ethical practices to be incorporated in your life. Are you trained and certified? That's all. Just ask that. If 2 candidates are at equal footing, both are scoring 80% in your assessment for recruitment, and one is committed to ethics, other one is not, take your call. I mean, it's up to you. You want to go with the unethical guy? Recently, there was a lot of noise when there was a tweet made on the IIT candidates' ethical practices. There was a lot of noise. There was a lot of noise from very senior people. One IIT guy went for an interview. It is tweeted by one influencer. And during the interviewer asked him, you have listed these many technologies and skills in this. You tell me about what all skills you are very good at. He said, sir, what all technologies you are using in your company? He asked the interviewer. He said, why? Whatever you are using, I will be good at it. I will learn. before I join. But he has mentioned it in his resume. He has mentioned it. Recently, 8 students have been arrested in Telugu-speaking states. I am from Telugu-speaking state. They have been arrested by American Embassy in India. And why they were arrested? The charge sheet was threat to homeland security. 82 people have been charge sheeted in America as causing threat to their homeland security because they have fudged their resumes to get admission in post-graduation. Germany has done a survey recently, random survey. The outcome is they said 8% minimum of the students coming from India. Indians go, a lot of Indians go, especially for the pure sciences and mathematics research and higher studies, to Germany. Good institutions they are. 8% minimum are fudging their experience, certifications, the internships and other details. And they also mentioned at the bottom that it is on minimum 8%, but up to 42 it can be. That means almost half of the people are fudging. While the Honorable Prime Minister of India was in Australia speaking at that time, in the middle of his speech, 2 universities from Australia have released a press release saying that students from these 2 states are banned, 2 states from India are banned from coming to these universities for postgraduate degrees. Is it a good reputation to live with? We are looking at being Vishwagurus. We were Vishwagurus. We are already Vishwabandhus. Now, how do we go and approach these people when they come with these statistics? We can debate on the modalities. We can debate on the methodologies that they have practiced, the matrices that they have created, the studies that they have done. Very nice. We will debate. There is no problem. But the underlying fact, we also know that ethics is a big problem for our employees. One small example I'll give, then I'll move to the next. Big MNC from USA. They wanted to acquire land in Chennai. The Indian general manager went up to the boss and said, "Oh, you want to acquire land? Don't worry, I have connections." He said, "What connections?" He said, "Land, I can get it at much cheaper rate." It was costing about 120 crores or something. He said, 120 crores? 12 crores. Everything sorted out. I'll get you the land. That boss reported this matter to US, his bosses. They said, "Please don't go anywhere near to that. You will be in mess. You will be in trouble." Matter settled down for a while. He told this GM that, no, I have not got the clearance from our counterparts there. We will not pursue this. After some time, again pressure was there to acquire land because rent was becoming too much. So again this GM took initiative. He said, "Sir, don't worry, sir. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. I know the commissioner in Chennai. I know the minister in charge. And I know the chief minister's office. Nobody will know." Everything got over. Land was acquired. They saved a lot of money, not even 12 crores they spent. And it was all over the newspapers when the party changed. The political party changed, it was all over the newspapers. When this American boss went to US, the US tried him as per their law. So he was not only corrupt, he corrupted a guy who is not supposed to be corrupted at all. That's the problem. So please give a little thought before you recruit people. And also, in case if you can, put your children into this honest CV initiative, nothing like it. Crucial for survival, sustenance and success of any company. Gone are the days where we can sit and go, because I think Cyber Buddha said the digital footprint is forever. And you leave footprint, it is there. Unfortunately, we don't realize that whatever we do, the moment we say save or send, it is saved and protected and used and plowed and exploited at multiple lakh locations. Multiple lakh locations. And the excuse that they take is, we are supposed to keep redundancy, because governments may ask us for this data anytime. And Indian government is very strict. They keep asking us for this data every now and then. That's why we are saving in Singapore in 3-4 places, in Malaysia 4-5 places, in Guatemala, all over. So don't think that you have deleted somewhere and it is gone. No, that is the problem. Let's be very, very clear about what we can do. Now I come to the next, friends part he has mentioned. So here is friends. At the end of it, if he gives me a notice that I am speaking for too long, I am just saying it before that only. Nothing negative. You should not hit me with a rod. Thank God. So I can take a little more time. All the police personnel here, for this summit, whoever has come, conference, whoever has come, I am requesting all of you to join for free only for the month of August in a certification which is approved by the All India Council for Technical Education, known as Cybercrime Intervention Officer Program. We create cybercrime first responders, and police people will benefit immensely if they go through this program. The certifications, 3 of them will cost 7,500 rupees. I am not going to charge a single paise if you join for the program in August month only. So for the senior officers who are part of this session, you may kindly take note and take benefit of this. And anyone from this conference, if they want to join, or your spouses want to join, because it is basically meant for protection of self and protection of the close environment. That's what this program is about. Cybercrime Intervention Officer Program. You can Google and see. Almost all the senior influencers of cyber security in India have undergone that program. Okay. Now coming to the platform that we have, it's a social impact platform to address what has not been spoken till now. Everyone talked about what will we do in terms of forensics if the reporting is happening, and how I will take them to task is what Cyber Buddha said. But how do they come and report? And before that, how do we reduce these cyber crimes from happening? Reduction, I have already spoken about it, ethics and the environment that we can create, and be aware so that we are able to be avoiding all those inducements. Cyber hygiene, he said, clean up the mess around us. Those all things we all must do. But some crime has happened. Now, if the crime has happened, what do we do? Okay. By the way, this platform is not in conflict with the job that police officers are doing or law enforcement officers are doing. We are only complimenting you. We only bring the victim, the cyber injured person, connected to you by giving first aid. First few steps to be taken, so that there are, all of you must be knowing, there are windows, golden window, silver window, like that. Golden window is 4 hours. Within 4 hours, if we can report a crime, the money is going to be coming back in almost all cases. And our objective is to report the crime within those 4 hours. Similarly, if it is an online sexual offense, the confidence of the criminal will be hit badly if some action, even if it is a call from police goes, his confidence will be shattered if it is happening within 4 hours. That's why the 4 hours is a golden window. Silver window is 24 hours. If within 24, and irrespective whether you have shared OTP or not, whether there was a mistake on your part or not, doesn't matter. Bank may tell you, no, you have given OTP. Policeman may say, no, arey aapne OTP diya, why should you come and complain? Sorry, recovery of money and getting that money back is your right, because it's all insured. And of course, at some stage we will have the lawyers also come into play if we are not reporting within 24 hours but 72 hours. Because of the delay, the matter may go to the court. Yeah, he has given me notice. So the matter may go to the court. I have already given an announcement also. Matter may go to the court and lawyers will come into play if we are delaying it. That is why we are saying, 2, we are not increasing the workload of the police people. Because if the report is made within 4 hours, without the intervention of the police, the money comes back. Almost, by the way, we must compliment ourselves for the best banking practices in the world. India has the best regulatory mechanism for financial regulation in the world. Nowhere in the world such strict measures are there. From 2017, they have got a nice circular, which is like a Bible for recovery of money. ISAC, if anyone is approaching, almost 90% of the times we are able to get back the money. So, cryptocurrencies, we are not able to help. But other financial frauds, yes. And those frauds which cannot be spoken on phone, at the moment, LEAs are not in a position to give any counseling for the stress and the trauma that the cybercrime victim goes through. That's the fact. He has so many things on his head, and he cannot sit with you and counsel you. No, baby, don't worry. Better don't worry. It's all right. Everyone is getting crime cheated like this only. That time is not there with them. So they may not be able to provide that kind of support which we provide, and then we make the people report the crime. We are not reporting. It's reported by the individual only. We enable and make sure that he is now confident of handling his own matter. That's what the objective is. Culture of hygiene is what is this one. We provide some tools and support them so that they are able to, like basically to deal with our children. What are the controls that are supposed to be there? Similarly, handling the social media apps, platforms, what all controls you should give, what all permissions you should give, and things like that. And this is the app. I request all of you to download ISAC Cop Connect app, free to download, free to use, safe. Safe also, no data theft is. Okay, this is the app that is there, and you have the numbers of the volunteers at different locations. 20,000 across India, 5,000 have volunteered to be part of this help other category. 20,000 is help, self-help. Out of that, 5,000 is help others. Who are those? They are in 4 different categories. Cybercrime first responders, all the people who are trained, and the volunteers who will come for August batch also will become part of this. Cyber psychologists and the security personnel, that means the forensic experts and the cyber lawyer. Cyber lawyer doesn't come free of cost. He will charge whatever, he has a higher rate. There may be some people who has lesser rate. As forensic experts also, they charge a little amount definitely, but they have to be given a letter in writing by the police, then only they will help. He is talking about make friends, but give a letter also. And then he will have to tell you which machine is being used, who is the individual coming, when he will come, all those things have to be specified. That's how we do. Otherwise we don't, investigation is not part of our mandate, it is part of the LES role only. It is only intervention that we do. And cyber psychologists, because trauma is involved. First responders, I have told you, giving first aid is the objective. This is how the process is. Okay. We have a small kiosk known as honk. Honk is a hacked or not kiosk, where with Wi-Fi you connect your phone to that without being intrusive. It will tell you if any data is going out somewhere, or if you have any prohibited apps. Government has banned some apps and all that. So if you have any of them in your mobile or in your laptop, it will tell you basic hygiene. It will support you. It's non-intrusive. So this is what, and we established something known as Cop Connect cafes. We have established some of them in Bangalore, Mysore. We are operating one. Noida, we are operating one. We are establishing 2 of them in the coming month in Chandigarh and Mohali. We are getting some CSR support from various CSR organizations. So through CSR we are doing that. We are establishing one in Kerala this month only. That means in August only. So we are establishing Cop Connect cafes. Objective is to create so many of them in different institutions, so that those problems which cannot be discussed over the phone, which cannot be discussed just like that without gaining the confidence and trust of the individual victim, those problems can be discussed there at the cafe, and that's what is the objective. My battery is running out. You have to connect the Anubhaji. Charger connect kar dijiye. Okay, objective is prevention. Okay, I am done with the presentation. If there is any question, I would be very happy to answer. Otherwise, support@isacfoundation.org is the email ID you can write, or I am available on PAN, PAN @isacfoundation.org. In case if anyone wants to write anything or any queries are there, we will be very happy to answer. I am here for the day. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One has any questions? Yes, sir. Can you please help, sir, with the mic?
Golden window, that is within 4 hours, if the crime is reported or the financial fraud is reported, the money has to come back without the intervention of the police even.
It comes back almost, I said almost 90.
9, ठीक है. But
There are some cases where complications are
Complications.
there. In that case, plus also how you report. What happens is, there are AI algorithms being used by the banking systems. And when you lodge a complaint, before even police can take action, how police takes action? They have to investigate. But before the investigation stage only, you complain to 1930 or 112 or all these platforms that are there, it gets picked up by these AI algorithms and blocks the accounts. Now, if the blocking is happening, freezing is happening, before the amount is either transferred to the criminal's account or in transit, it comes back. But if it has landed in the criminal's account, then it goes to the next stage. They freeze that account and they freeze the accounts to which they have siphoned off the money, because they have very nice system, what he was talking. They are all big guys. They hire thousands and lakhs of accounts in different locations. There are villages which live on account rentals. Some villages live only on account rental. They don't do any work. They don't do any farming and all that. They forgot how to do farming. They live only on leased accounts. They will give debit card on lease. They will give credit card on lease. They will give your checkbook on lease, all those things. But money to be recovered, because Government of India has done this strictness, you can't withdraw more than 20,000 at a time. If you withdraw more money, suddenly alert goes, bank manager will call you. Some guy will call you and say, why are you withdrawing so much money? So these are the systems that are there. That's why they give to multiple locations to withdraw the money. It takes time. Within that, if freezing can happen, that's what it is. That's why 4 hours, by the way, some of the payment gateways also have got recall facility. You make a payment and you felt that you have made wrong payment. A wrong guy has been paid. You can recall. Some payment gateways have that facility also, because this 4 hours is very crucial.
And silver window is for how many hours?
24 hours.
24 hours. And what are the possibilities of getting money back within that? In that?
It depends on your luck, I would say. Why I'm saying
And the
luck is,
capability of lawyer.
that's what I'm saying. You may have to pay some money to him. That's all. The luck part is only that one. You will get the money.
And
Getting
sir-
money is 100%.
And sir, last question about the benefit of my Jawans. This cybercrime intervention officers program that you have told, on which shall we Google it and we can find it?
Yes. You Google it. You go to LinkedIn and you will find all the senior.
And in August it is free of cost?
Only for the people who are sitting here. I can't give free of cost to the whole nation. 7,500 rupees plus GST. My partners will kill me before I reach there.
As you told me that we Indians are very fast now, I'll tell all my Jawans to say that yes, we were sitting there.
Uniformed people, we are ready, sir. Because, no, I'll tell you why the reason. The reason also I'll tell you. It is not for protecting from the financial frauds. They are specially being targeted for espionage. The family members are being targeted. Children are special targets of espionage. We have many cases being dealt. That is why uniformed people, we make it free. Yeah, please give the list. I will include it. No problem. August is our Independence Day is there on 15th. So I said we will.
Great.
Thank you so much. Sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
You were asking something. You raised your hand. It's done? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I would now request the Felicitation team to please felicitate our guests. Yeah, please. First is Mr. Abhinav Saurabh, Cyber Forensic Consultant, Forensics Care Technologies. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you. Look that side. Next we have Ms. Kamaljit Muni, Partner Adre Consulting. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am. Then we have Mr. Pathik Muni, Partner Adre Consulting. Thank you for your time, sir. Group Captain P. Anand Naidu, Director Information Sharing and Analysis Center, ISAC. Thank you for your time, sir. We'll break for tea. We are running 15 minutes late. We'll request everyone to quickly come back so that we can kick off the next session. Thank you so much. Mr. Rohit Hira. Sir. Ajay, sorry. Major General Pawan Anand. Major Pawan Anand. Speaker. आप लोग का presentation आ गया है? While Major General Anand joins us, I would request Mr. Ajay Saryal to go ahead with his presentation. In the meantime, just wanted to let everyone's attention to be brought to today's 26th, which is also a Kargil Vijay Divas. We remember our soldiers who, and we pay tribute to them. And what a day to organize this conference and on national security, when which coincides with the Kargil Vijay Divas. So thank you all for your support. Mr. Ajay, over to you.
So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Kohima and Government of Nagaland for inviting us to this event. So I'm Ajay Saryal and I'm Product Specialist and Technical Sales Engineer with MSAB. So MACB, it is a Sweden-based company, and we make solutions for mobile device forensics. So we are having three main softwares. So first one is XRY, second is Examine, and third one is Exec. So XRY is used to extract data from mobile devices. Once the data has been extracted, we use Examine to analyze that particular data. And then last solution we have is called as Exec. So Exec is basically used for management and monitoring of all these different tools. So XRY and Examine, we provide it on different platforms. So we are having platforms like MACB Office version, MACB Field version, MACB Kiosk, MACB Tablet, and then there is an Android-based triage tool called as Raven. Apart from that, we provide third-party solutions, and then we also provide some services. So I won't be talking much about products, so I will be sharing three real-life case studies. So first one is related to an app called as Graph Messenger. So one of the top investigating agency in our country, they extracted data from a mobile device, and then they were looking for data from an app called as Graph Messenger. So data was extracted from the devices, but none of the forensic tools were able to decode the data from that particular application. So Graph Messenger, it is an unofficial app which is using Telegram API. So it is having similar functionalities like Telegram, but apart from that, it is having some additional functionalities like you are having multiple account system is available, then you are having feature of download manager and timeline. So once we extracted the data from this particular application, so this is how the structure, file structure of the application was looking like. And the package name for Graph Messenger was ir.imli.telegraph. So because it was an mod app for Telegram, so what I did was I extracted my demo phone and I extracted data from Telegram. After extracting, I compared data from Telegram as well as the Graph Messenger application, and folder structure, it looked similar to Telegram. Next thing what I did was I checked for what all databases were available for this particular application, and database names were exactly same like Telegram. Next thing, for this Telegraph application, I opened the database in an SQLite viewer and checked whether the data is available and whether it is available in a plain text format. So data was available and everything was in plain text format. So if you can see here, I was able to see all the contacts, then mobile details, mobile number, then all the messages were available there. So what I did was, this is how the structure was looking, ir.ilmili.telegraph, and it was having all the files and folders related to that particular application. So what I did was I renamed that particular folder ir.imli.telegraph. I renamed it and I changed it to org.telegram.messenger, so that the software will think that, okay, this is a Telegram application, and then it will start decoding the data from that app. So once I renamed this particular folder, then what I did was I imported that particular folder in our software, and once the importing was done, we were able to decode all the data. So you can see calls, contacts, location information, messages, all the information was available from this app. So I shared that particular information with that agency, and then they also imported that particular data. But there was another issue. So that particular application, Graph Messenger, on that app, in Telegram, you can configure 3 accounts. So in one application, you can configure 3 accounts. But for Graph Messenger, you can configure more than 100 accounts. So in that case, there were around 100 different accounts were configured. So what we had to do was, every time we had to export all those database files and then do a folder import. So at the end, we were able to decode data from all the applications, and then I shared this information with our R&D team, and then we were able to add support for this app. Apart from that, we have now added around 30 to 35 Telegram mod application support for those applications. So if you encounter such application, you can always use our tool to import the data, to import and decode the data. Next is related to an app called as Automatic Call Recorder, and it was installed on a Samsung phone. So it is just a call recording application, and this is how the application interface was looking. So it was storing all the call records. So in normal scenario, application data, it is stored at location user data, com.whatsapp or any application. So at that particular location, it will store application data, all the app databases, and then all the media files, images, audios, videos are stored at data mount SD card and then that particular app name. And now in the newer devices, the location has changed. It is now data mount SD card, Android, media, and then all this, then the application name. So normally, this is how the data is stored. And then to retrieve the application data, either we can go for a physical extraction. If physical extraction is not supported, then we need to go for an Android backup kind of thing. And if for some application, they allow data to be backed up through normal backup. And for some application, we need to go for an app downgrade method in order to get the application data. But in case of automatic call recorder, it was storing all the data at location data, com.whatsapp. So all the media also was stored at this location. And there was no call recordings were stored at the SD card location. Now, the other issue was Samsung phones and ADB backup. So, this is the common problem with Samsung devices for A series, J series, M series. So, whenever we try to go for Android backup, the phone will automatically restart. And then it won't allow data to be backed up. So in order to get application data, we need to go for a selective extraction. So we have to select an individual app and then go for Android backup. Otherwise, it will every time it will restart. So from here we can select an individual application and then we can get the backup of that particular application. So what I did in this case was, first thing I wanted to know whether this particular app is allowing its data to be backed up. If it was not allowing, then I had to look for an older version of this application in order to go for app downgrade. So I pulled the original application from mobile phone, and then I decompiled it. It is available at location data apps and then the package. So I decompiled this APK file, and then I was looking for the manifest file, which is storing all the information related to how that app will be functioning. So in this manifest file, I was looking for the backup word, whether this application is allowing data to be backed up or whether it is not allowing. So if backup is equal to true, then data can be fetched without downgrading. We don't need the older version and we can directly fetch the data. But if backup is no, then we need to go for the downgrading. So luckily in this case, this particular application was allowing data to be backed up. So what I did was, I just wanted to know what particular package name was there, and then I went for a selective extraction. So I selected the application, and then I did the backup for that particular application only. So now the phone was not restarting, it allowed its data to be backed up. And once the backup was finished, so we were able to get all the call recordings which were available. Initially, there was no way by which we can get all those call recordings. Apart from call recordings, I was also able to get the database for that particular application, and in database it was showing, okay, this call recording is between this particular contact. So all those information was available. Next is related to an app called as Gallery File Vault. So it is an application where you can hide your images, videos. So many of you must be using such kind of application where we can store all our sensitive data, maybe images, videos, files. So this was the application where the user was hiding certain CSAM related material in this particular Gallery File Vault app. And this is how the data looked like. So it was available at location data mount SD card. Then there was a folder called as Cyber Vault, and then images, videos, all those files were there. And then these image files were looking like this. So what I did was, so first I opened this particular image file in a hex viewer just to check, okay, what is available inside this file. So when I opened it in hex viewer, so normally when we open an image file in a hex viewer or JPEG file, so it will start with header FFD8. So in this case, the header was starting with -9j, /9j. And /9j is, whenever we encode a JPEG image in base 64, so it will start with /9j header. So once I saw this, okay, this /9j is there, so I knew that, okay, this particular app is encoding the data in base 64 format. So next, I wrote a small amount of code just to import that particular JPEG image and then to decode it from base 64 into normal JPEG file. And this is how the original image looked, and this is the resulting image which after decoding which we got. And then I ran that particular script on complete data, and then we were able to decode all the information which was available. So that was all from my side. If you have any question, please let me know. Thank you.
Next we have Naveen Kumar Singh. He's the founder of Power Forensic and Digital Intelligence. He will be speaking on role of OSINT in preliminary investigation. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nelit, and thank you, Government of Nagaland, for inviting us. So today I have got a role of that is a very important when a police officer or any investigation when you start the role of OSINT. So earlier everyone knows that when any crime happens, so you as a police officers, you go to a crime scene and ask the nearby people that any evidence or any input related to the case. But now social media and the internet has become a place where you know that if any crime happens. So just take an example, like if you see the example of any riots happen in any area. So you go to the social media and people are speaking about in favor, some are which say you can do the sentiment analysis of what people are in favor of that particular crime or not, or maybe someone is favoring that person. So it happens. So you get a leads from there. So that's what the OSINT has become one of the important thing in investigation. So I'll be explaining on that how it is. So myself, Naveen Kumar Singh, and I'm into this field for last 17 years and helping all the law enforcement agencies in India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh. So let's talk about this thing. So anybody know what is OSINT? If you are talking about OSINT, because for 2 days we are listening, people are explaining on different. So this is a topic where everybody now it is important that you should focus on. So OSINT is basically data which is available on the social media platform or internet. I can say internet. So it is uploaded, the last line which has written, which has been uploaded by his or her consent. So like suppose I have a Facebook account and I upload my data that I'm going to go off with my family. So maybe the person who is monitoring me, he is monitoring, okay, this person is going to go off with family. When his house is empty for 5 days, they will come with the truck and take everything from my house. Okay, so like this happens. So that information I have only given to that person that I'm going to go with family. Okay, so the consent is main important. So what the data we are taking from the OSINT, that is the from our consent. So if you see, for the law enforcement agencies, if you start investigation, some blind cases, like there is a no clue, nothing is there. So you start with, suppose you get a mobile number, and for mobile number, like what you do? Generally, if I ask, so you go to Truecaller and check whether this, by which name that particular number is saved. So maybe you are getting some number. So that is the basically you start. But the problem is that there are different platform are there. You have to, for checking the number plate, you have to go to different platform. For checking the email ID, you have to go. And people like, because you know that the investigating officers, they don't have proper knowledge where to search all these things. So that is the tool which was developed. There are different OSINT tools are available right now available in market. But problem is that they are very costly. It is very costly to afford by any law enforcement agencies. only the few agencies who are having this kind of. So we developed one of the tool that is to enhance intelligence capability to all law enforcement agencies to close investigation faster. So like I told you that the problem is that the collection of relevant information from the multiple open sources. If you see the multiple open sources, like right now, if you have a, if you see my number, is it available on which other platforms? So maybe I have linked my number with my Facebook account. Maybe my number is on the WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal. So different platforms, but it is very difficult to locate all these things. So we come up with a solution that we use tools to gather information from various sources, like law enforcement agencies. It's a gather intelligence from various search platforms. Like if you see, sometime we just go and put the number in a Google search, and you get various result that, okay, this number is listed here, but that is not 100% correct sometime. So we develop one platform that I'll be discussing on, I'll be showing the live demo on that. So we have developed one application which works on the web application, Android, iOS, and Windows platform. So if you see, most of the 99%, 98% I can say the people are right now on the Android platform because of the big ecosystem of the Android devices. And 80%, 20% people are using the iOS devices. So the platform that which we have developed, that is the InFinder, that is an indigenous OSINT tool. So it is developed in India, and it is basically for the law enforcement officers, for the frontline officers who go for the preliminary investigation. If you see the first time, if you get the information like this is the phone number, email ID, and then you have an IP address, vehicle number, sometime you get a director's GST number, so you get information from this thing. So I'll be directly jumping to the demonstration. It's an InFinder. So you have to type just intfinder.com, and you go to this website, and there is an install app. So those who are using Android devices, they can install on their Android devices. After that, you have to register yourself and select the packages, whatever you want. So I'll just, already I have created my account, so I'll log in with my account. So this is the interface you'll get. So here you can search with the different parameters. So there is a search, you can search with a mobile number, vehicle number, IP addresses, website, then email address, UPI. Suppose you have a UPI address, that also you can search by using that, company ID, directors. So if anyone wants volunteer, he can tell his mobile number. I'll find out the result. Can anyone? 885100. Okay, thank you. 8621, yeah. So I'm going to public your, right now I don't know about you. So I'm going to public your data. Okay. So it is gathering information of this number, whichever is available on the internet. So if you have shared your number at the multiple platforms, so you'll get a better data. And if you have restricted your mobile number from sharing the data, so we'll get very less information. So right now, I don't know about this person. So even I don't know his name. So only I got his mobile number from, suppose example, Ajay mobile phone. So he has given a last call to this number. So you see, we have faced the information. So right now I can say it's Abhinav Forensic Care. So it's a name saved. So now I have a name. Earlier I was having just a mobile number, now I have a name. Then it's Abhinav Saurabh JCFCEOU. So it's mean that he is related to some organization called EOU. Then for Abhinav sir, forensic, Abhinav, even my name is there. Forensic Care Naveen. So some people has saved his name by putting means for the reference, maybe they must be knowing through myself. So they have saved my name with fixing. So you see, this application take out the numbers, like suppose Abhinav has taken a fake number using a fake identity, but Ajay has saved his number by Abhinav. So when you are starting investigation, you have a fake ID, but now you have a name that this name has been saved under the Abhinav. So one person can save by Abhinav, but if you see, there are multiple occurrence here, like Abhinav Forensic Care, then even in a Truecaller, he has not saved his name, so that's why it has not appeared. So if he has saved his name in Truecaller, sometime I save, like if you search my number, it will come as a forensic investigation. So in a Truecaller, you can give your own. So there is no UPI ID found under this. If there is a UPI ID, it must have come here. So he is using WhatsApp, and there is a WhatsApp status. He has not changed, and the number is Geo. So this information we have got from his number. Okay, so we started with the number, we came up with some of the information about, we come to know about his name. So if you check some others numbers, there are different searches. So when we search for, like suppose anyone can give me his PAN card. Okay, again. EP. Tango. Again P. Okay. S 10606. 1060. C. Okay. So 106. Okay. This is okay. Now I hope your PAN card is linked with other. So this is status is valid, means that PAN card is not fake one. So PAN verification successfully, you see the Abhinav Saurabh, then on PAN card it's same name. And now we got his date of birth, 15/2/91. Then Aadhaar card number. So the Aadhaar card number, if you see, it is a mass 5837. And another information we have got, that is his email ID. Okay. So even ID and mobile numbers. So if we got any PAN card, so we can get this kind of information. Like right now I have an email ID. So if I search for the another search, go for the email ID search, I'll get another information. So already we have, the next is we have the address, full address of where this PAN card is registered. So you see his PAN card is registered somewhere in New Delhi, and there is a PAN. So when we started the investigation, with that time with the mobile number, then we have a PAN card. So this is how the OSINT helps in creating, getting the information from the social media, or you can say from the internet. So we give even the breach data, like if your number is leaked somewhere in Big Basket, Zomato, all these things, you have heard that Aadhaar card data has been leaked. So that kind of data also can be come to this. So I'll one more do search for the mobile number if any. Ashish, can you? 96 500 27. I think Ashish has lots of data. So okay, so we have the result. So name is Ashish signed. Somewhere then Ashish Ashish signed, you can see. Then his name is appearing on some of the mobiles, you see, like BRHA Hearts. Then this name is mostly like 91 times has been prefixed in some of the mobile. You know that sometimes people share the same name on the WhatsApp, so they save in a by same name. So even here, Science Technology Forensics Job Vikas. So you see there is a true caller. Ashish has put his credentials like Ashish Supreti, then he has put picture on the true caller. So that picture is also there if I click on the picture. So this is the picture which is available on the true caller. Then we have a mobile email ID. So from this mobile number, you got the email ID, then this particular mobile number is also linked with the UPI. So you have got the UPI now. Agar kisi ko paise transfer karna hai, he can transfer. So then he also has a Facebook. By this number, his Facebook has been registered. So if you see the Facebook profile, and next is the data is coming from the breach data. So you see this breach data is coming from the big basket. So maybe he has ordered something from the big basket, or right now I have the Ashish Upreti house address. Okay. So like this, even you have used sometime Zoomcar. So Zoomcar data is also breached. So you see, people, they go to different website, they registered themselves, but you never know your data can be leaked anywhere. So when we search for that particular number or the email ID, if that is linked to particular website, you'll get the information. So this is what we have got from the, just starting from the mobile number. So right now I have a photograph of Ashish. So earlier I was having only mobile number, now I have photograph, email ID, his house address, and his UPI, so I can contact to the bank and I can get the entire things from the bank. Yes. Transaction details, everything I can get it. So this was all. I'll better to log out. Yeah. So thank you very much. So any questions, just let me know.
I'm damn scared now because Naveen has my number. We are in the same group also. Don't know what all he'll dig out. Thank you so much, Naveen. Very interesting presentation. Now I would request Major General Pawan Anand, and we have requested him to talk about the social media influence that is happening and how it is impacting the security. We did discuss the topic before, and then in the morning we decided we will be talking more on this because his experiences through the forces and post forces through USI and various places that he has been, I would request sir to take it up. Sir, if you can quickly talk about little bit about USI also.
Yeah, sure. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great to be here in Kohima for the first time. I've come up to Dimapur, but never to Kohima. So, really honored to be here, and I thank I thank Anubhav for getting me here. But when Anubhav initially approached me from the USI, he said we need some speakers. I said I can't come, but I can get some very good speakers here, and I'm so happy to have brought to us over here Group Captain Naidu, and of course Sanjeev Relia, Colonel Sanjeev Relia will also be there. But somehow Anubhav put me around in a wrap. You know, it's something like a hypnotism which is done on your phone, wherein it keeps saying, you know, you do this and press number 9, do this and press number 9, so you end up pressing number 9. He hog-tied me, and I happen to be here today. This is despite my mother-in-law's surgery and a couple of other meetings which I was to have in Delhi. But some things are meant to happen, and one looks at NEELIT as perhaps one of the partners of the USI. So that gets me to USI. This is the United Service Institution of India. We are partnering now with NEELIT for this and hopefully for many more things. The United Service Institution of India is a 154-year-old institution. It's the first think tank in India, actually, which was set up by the British. It was originally in Shimla, moved to Delhi after independence. It was used by the British for a lot of strategic, It was used for a lot of strategic thinking to be done by the British, some of which perhaps was also helping in, you know, how to keep control over India. But it did some great work for us even now, because if I can just put one of them into place, the Lieutenant Young Husband expedition, which went into Tibet, demarcated the watershed with Tibet, and which became a dispute, or is now somewhat well disputed, with China, all happened strategized at the USI. The Siachen operation was strategized by Colonel Bull Kumar. He also was part of the USI. He's got the MacGregor Medal from the USI. So it slowly turned into a more strategic think tank, which was only looking at the three services, Army, Navy, Air Force. But it has faculty from the Foreign Service, the ambassadors, from the IAS, and many other, you know, the paramilitaries, many other such agencies. So it's a huge faculty, and we run back on our faculty, and that's how we, you know, reach Naidu or Relia or others. So I joined the USI about 2.5 years ago after I finished my Army stint. I'm from the Corps of Engineers, a mechanical engineer. So I've seen both combat as well as engineering. At the same time, I went into a corporate job, as I mentioned yesterday, Secretary General of Highway Operators Association of India. Came back to the USI because I wanted to get back into the strategic environment, and started this new Center for Atmanirbhar Bharat and Emerging Technologies, looking at basically cyber and trying to go into AI. We've set up a Cyber Center of Excellence along with Cyber Peace Foundation, which is similar to what ISAC is, and you know, the founders of these are known to each other, they're good friends. They've really gone a long way in taking our cyber capabilities forward. So Cyber Peace Foundation and USI together at the Cyber Center of Excellence are looking at training first responders, just as ISAC is doing. A huge program which at least empowers a lot of people at the ground level as to how to respond to the first sight of a cyber crime happening, and within the golden period and the silver period. Apart from that, we try and support in whatever way we can the Defense Cyber Agency, the Army Cyber Group, and the cyber groups of the three services. And we are in touch with the National Security Council and the NTRO for various things where they permit us to get involved with them. You would understand that the security implications from their side are quite close. So it's only on a limited way that you can interact with them. Presently, in any case, I'm doing a study for the National Security Council on dual use infrastructure. So that as the background. I know I won't take too much time because really speaking, I got to know the topic after I came here yesterday afternoon. That's not the main idea. The idea is if I have one message which I can put across to the audience as I see you here, and that one idea is that as you look into cybercrime, as you look into crime in general, please don't lose sight of the overall picture of influence operations that are being carried out by various agencies, not only by our adversary countries, but also certain people within the country. So if you can keep that at the back of your mind, my message today remains that one, and look for pointers that keep you informed and let us know, let the right people know while you look at crime as to what is happening in the larger picture. So what really is influence operations? It's not something new. It's been there for ages. There was, earlier they used to call it propaganda operations. You've seen the Germans do it. We did it in Dhaka. We threw leaflets in Dhaka and it led to the surrender. It was one of the reasons for the surrender at Dhaka. But we see it even today. Leaflets are being dropped in Gaza. So propaganda ops is part of influence operations through that way. But yet, the major injection into this whole thing, besides propaganda ops and warfare, psychological warfare, which started at that time, which targeted the minds of not only the population, but also the soldier in the field, that was psyops. Influence ops is much broader in its entirety. It encompasses many, many stakeholders. So let's just run into a few things where technology has brought in influence operations in a different realm altogether. And let me just give you one or two examples. The Ukraine war started on 24th of February. On around 15th of January, there were major cyber attacks on the critical information infrastructure of Ukraine. The Americans started telling us war is going to happen, or telling the world. Around 14th of February, Valentine's, another major cyber operation happened, which targeted another set of critical infrastructure of the Ukrainians. And that actually helped build up a lot of data. And the Americans on the other side could also make out that operations are imminent. And then operations started on 24th of February. The Russians crippled the complete communication infrastructure of the Ukrainians. So people like us who are sitting here who are talking about cybercrime, this is the highest level of war or crime that we can talk of. And almost for 24 to 48 hours, communications in Ukraine were more or less paralyzed. Skylink was brought in very soon. By 28th of February, Skylink had fully restored communications in Ukraine. In fact, when a heli operation was supposed to be carried out by the Russians on Kyiv airport, Skylink helped get that information, and the operation had to be aborted at a very advanced stage by the Russians because information had reached, and that's how communications were restored. So both sides were playing out cyber warfare. Now, we saw a lot of tank graveyards which are happening on the Russians. New kinds of ammunition were being used. Loiter ammunition suddenly came into huge effect. Kamikaze drones, suicide drones came into effect. You could see tank graveyards. The Russians had not learned that lesson from the Azerbaijan war. The Armenians were actually decimated by the Azerbaijanis because they used drone warfare. They could pinpoint locations and carry out attacks even in the trenches, gun emplacements, on sitting tanks by drones. How do you counter them? That is through your mobile links, that is through cyber operations again. And that is what we are trying to do today. And what are the Ukrainians doing backwards now? How do you make out drones coming in from Russia into Ukraine? They don't have a very good air defense system. So the Russian drones, which are now those Iranian drones which are coming in, which are slow moving drones, Houthis also fired it into Israel some days back, Tel Aviv got targeted. So these drones which are coming in, how are the Ukrainians found the simplest of solutions? They have set up, very lately, they have set up bunches of microphones across various flight paths, 6-foot tall poles. All those microphones which pick up acoustics which are typical to those drones are through AI methods brought down to a command post. The flight part of the drone is known, air defense weapons are warned, even a machine gun can hope to bring down a drone if it's not flying too high. Simple solutions, all based on algorithms, right? So it's not just about crime, it's about warfare also suddenly getting very hugely affected by technology which is being brought in so fast and at such low cost. So a Patriot missile is fired by Israelis to bring down one drone, a drone which is $5,000, a Patriot missile which may well be $5 million. So there is a whole new paradigm that we are talking about. And the same paradigm, when we talk about that national level, translates down to the paradigm at the crime level. Crime has become now cheap. And it was just mentioned, Dawood Ibrahim, didn't need all that data to do it. Today, all that data is now available so easily. You can sit in your room and commit a crime and nobody will know about it and route it through Germany. So my point is that if we can keep an eye on this technology thing, and that's why my question yesterday to the panel which was sitting here, how fast can we improve the procurement cycles? And I'll just come upon that at a later part. So really speaking, cyber influence ops is a new term which has come in. And what does it do? It basically leverages the distributed vulnerabilities of cyberspace. It impacts people's choices, it impacts their ideas, their opinions, and even their motivations. So where does this take us today when it comes to social media? Our elections are over. I'm not going to comment on how much cyber influence ops were carried out. But we do know that America is coming under huge influence ops. When Jewish students in American universities go out and riot to say stop the war that Israel is doing on Palestine because Palestinians are suffering, influence ops are at their peak. And that is all happening through motivations getting completely changed and distorted through social media messages which are getting across so fast and are so viral that you just can't stop them unless you carry out counter-influence operations. So you firstly have to be able to detect what the kind of operations are, then you have to counter them both. So there are two aspects to it. There is the technical aspect to it and the social aspect to it. Both these will have to be kept in mind when we look at influence operations and counter-influence operations. I leave it to you to figure out how, and we still, I think at the national level, are still trying to figure out how we are going to put these two things together, the technical part and the social part when it comes to countering these operations. There are a number of tools that are there, and Naveen just spoke about one tool. There's another, I'm associated with a company called Medcat. They've come up with a tool called the Data Surfer. It's an AI-based tool. It constantly keeps you aware of things which are happening around you. It could be 500 meters away from you. It could be 500 kilometers away from you. It could be 5,000 kilometers. So you go to the geopolitical level and you can come down to the neighborhood level. And it will bring to you everything that is happening through open source, OSINT, and club it together through an AI model, an algorithm, which hopefully will give you customized data to tell you something is going to happen, generally in this area, and what is the nature of what is going to happen. Is there a crowd gathering in so-and-so area? If there are messages floating around in area B, and there's a crowd likely to move from area B to area C, that build-up could come through this Data Surfer tool which they have. They call it the Data Surfer. It's already being used by corporates in India, but the police and the military are not using it. It's already gone into Southeast Asia, it will go into EMEA also. And that brings me again back to the same point on our procurement system and how we are keeping up with IT. So when Pathik says that you need to have friends in the technical industries, I think he's absolutely spot on. Not only friends, you need to be interacting with them on almost a daily basis, from the crime point of view and from the larger point of view. So this democratization of technologies has brought in so many state and non-state actors. I would say political parties, you can put them also amongst the actors that are there, political workers. Autocratic regimes obviously use it to their advantage, but liberal democracies are unable to use social media and influence operations. They're able to monitor social media, but they're not able to carry out full-scale operations. So if they're doing it for a positive thing, you want to spread awareness, you want people to be aware that there is a direct bank transfer system down to the rural level, they're the positive aspects. But when it comes to influence ops, I don't think we have got in liberal democracies. Why? Because it is state-driven in autocratic ones. They can put in a lot of money. But in our liberal democracies, it is market-driven. And that is where the decision-making becomes a little difficult for all of us. We will have to find ways at the policy level to sort out this market-driven thing for procurement rather than the requirement-driven thing. So we've come a long way. When I was posted in counterinsurgency force in Doda, Doda is again in the news, militancies again come up in Doda. We wiped out all the militants from Badarwa. Doda was happening when I was there, and the terrorists would use satellite phones. And you know, we would then wait for a Cobra input to come from somewhere in the MHA telling us this is the general lat long from where a transmission is happening for a satellite phone. And a Cobra input would tell us 4 hours, 5 hours later, in 4 or 5 hours, you know, the militants have moved here and there. Then we had some direction finding equipment, very crude, Second World War types. You put direction finders, pick up radio signals from here and there, try to do a triangulation and see very generally as how do you locate him in a forest next to Doda. And right now, these terrorists were neutralized very close to Doda. So from those days, and now, even at that time, something very strange began to happen during my tenure there itself. Before we could get all these inputs, media would be on the site where an encounter is beginning to happen. Within half an hour of an encounter, media would be there. They would be sending SMSs everywhere. And we in headquarters would still be looking for information which was authentic. The media don't care whether it was authentic or not. So many Jawans killed. By the time we come to know, we say, all right, not so many killed, but by that time the damage is done. Now things are much better. And that kind of social media or influence could also be done by the media getting a little more trained to report a little more responsibly. So at the USI now we are looking at AI also. We want to get into this, and fortunately I was just discussing with some friends. We'll also be attending a summit on responsible AI in military. So there are lethal autonomous weapon systems which decide and kill on their own. You might have seen videos where a drone chases soldiers around till it actually, wherever he goes, it just keeps chasing him and blasts him off. So these are lethal autonomous weapons. There are many other forms of drones which could be surface drones, flying, air, whatever, underwater. So there is a certain responsible regulatory mechanism which has to be brought into that, which we have to start addressing now, as the same would translate to crime. And we would have to start putting the regulatory mechanisms for AI also. Cyber is there, but AI-assisted cyber is also got to be gone into, and we have to be early movers in that now. It's not something we can do sitting here in Kohima today, but it is something we can start voicing and talking about. So at the end of it, I hope all I was able to put across to you all was that there is something that we need to be aware of when we look at crime. When we look at crime, it could be the surface of something much bigger. There could be social media influences which are reaching out much further. And if you are able to identify that in your search for crime, I think you would have done a great service to ourselves. So with that, I think I should not try to reach the 10-minute deadline and maybe save some time for Anubhav. Thank you very much for listening to me patiently. And thank you to Anubhav for tying me down and bringing me for the first time to Kohima. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Major General Anand. We did speak, and our overall discussion with USI was to help us with this conference, organize, be mentors and advisor to this conference. Somehow, whatever hypnotism sir was saying, that ended up for us in a very good way, that we got insights on, how social media is influencing and creating a ruckus overall. So thank you so much, sir, for taking time out and helping us with, of course, with the speakers, but your insights was also needed, and the directions. And we are, as you mentioned, Nilate, Kohima, and Nilate overall is looking forward to working with USI on various initiatives. Thank you so much. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Rohit Hira, sir, in charge of State Cyber cum DITAC, Punjab Police. He will be speaking on advanced techniques that are being used in the social media investigations. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Anubhav. So thank you, Nilate, for inviting me for this conference. I also thank Nagaland government. It's first time I am here. I am very weak in geography. I have never aware of what is the capital of Nagaland. Now I am very much aware that the Kohima is the capital of Nagaland. So thank you. So before I start, I would like to know how many police officers are there in this hall. Okay, that's a huge number. Okay, so before start, let me introduce myself. I am Inspector Rohit Hira. I joined Punjab Police in 2014. Before joining Punjab Police, I was working as an assistant professor in Pune University. And initially, I joined as a field officer. I serve as a police station in charge in Bathinda. And after that, my DG at that time, Shri Suresh Arora, he came to know that we have a technical people in Punjab Police. So they brought me in State Cybercrime in 2015, and from 2015 I'm working here. So that's my, I'm BTech and MTech, and I have a diploma in cyber law, and I have done some certifications. Since in Punjab, the FSL is not having a capability of digital forensics, so all the digital forensics related cases are dealt by State Cybercrime. And since I have a certification of most of the tools, so I am certified as a expert in the court of law. Around 300 cases I have given my expert witness. So there is not no challenge till date, but because we have all the certifications, so, but till date we have not facing any issues, but in future maybe, yeah. So let me tell me about my capability. What we have in state cybercrime, we have a digital forensics lab of DITEC. So DITEC is nothing but a digital investigation, training and analysis center. So it came to light in 2019. We have a collaboration with the NTRO, that is National Technical Research Organization. So we collaborate with that. So we are doing forensics since 2007. I think we are the first of any state police who is doing forensic analysis. So we're doing since 2007. So in DITEC, we have a forensics lab, we have a social media analysis center, we have a training center. So we also train our police officers regarding how to seize and extract data from the digital devices, how to identify the digital devices and all. So we have a state level police station. We have also a 1930 helpline, which I said earlier also. So we have another unit, CCPWC, that is Cybercrime Prevention Against Women and Children. So we have a separate unit for that. So in DITEC we have 3 units, so let's quickly. So in DITEC we have disk forensics, mobile forensics, video forensics, CDR and drone forensics lab. So since we are border to the Pakistan, so many drones flying to, in Amritsar and Firozpur area, so they came to our lab for the extraction of data. So in this forensics, we have all you know what disk forensic is. So we have all the commercial tools available with our lab, TX1 for imaging, we have Media Clone, we have Falcon. Because since we have a state lab, so we have so many, activities coming in our lab. So we have all these different type of disk duplicator. So we have NKS, FTK, Xtero, Belkasoft, Magnet, Axiom, then Passware and Alchemsoft. So this one is very important, cyber triaging. The Ashish is also discussed yesterday about what is the role of cyber triaging. So in one of case, I have a case study. So we have busted the fake call center in Mohali and arrested 155 people. It's one of the biggest, raid I think in entire India. So many of arrest. 155 we arrested. So in that scenario, we use that magnet outrider tools because it's a big call center. So you have to prioritize. So which device is having a evidence or not. So that is very important. So we use magnet outrider for that. And we have another tool from UK, Siacom Examiner. So these both tools are very good for the crime scene for cyber triaging. So in mobile forensics, we are facing so many of challenges like logged mobile phone of terrorists and gangsters. So then last year we buy UFED premium for that, and our success rate is 80%. The extraction of data is, 80% is increasing now. So we have also XRY Pro, it's a AMSAP company. So Ajay said earlier, so they have some more capability of Xiaomi phone, Samsung and Snapdragon chipset. So we have both these tools. Apart from that, we have MD, Red and Next. These are a Korean-based company because chipset is different. So I have all these tools. We have Oxygen, Mobile Edit. So from the past experience, if we say UFED is a very good tool, but UFED is not capable of extracting data from all the devices. So for that we have XRY for the featured source. In Punjab, many phones came from the jails. Many gangster using phones from the jail. They are very small featured based phones. So for that, XRY Pro is very good. So we have a very good feedback for this tool. Apart from that, we have a DVR. Many DVR is coming because after the High Court and Supreme Court, they have brought, in every entry and exit of a police station, they are having a CCTV footage. CCTV is installed. So many litigations regarding the arrest of criminal, all this is they are putting petition in the High Court, and the High Court asks us to extract the data. So we have a magnet DVR examiner for that, and we have MD videos. So in Chinese file-based system, sometimes magnet is not working, so we have MD videos as well. And apart from that, some cases where you need to enhance your video. For that, we have a MPEG 5 tool for enhancement of your video. And CDR, TDR, we have I9 and C5 tool. All of you aware of that tool. So in drone forensics, we have MD video drone forensic tool. It's a Korean-based company. Then we have sometimes we use Celebrite. Celebrite is capable of extracting data from most of the drones. So we have using that. Then we have CFIT. This year we buy this tool. It's a Canadian-based tool, Govt forensic imaging device. So they have capable of extracting data from all the drones. So we have a good feedback for this tool. And then we have for crime scene, we have MSAV Raven for the, so if I go to the crime scene and we have to extract data in quicker manner, then we have MSAV Raven for that. So this is very important labs queries. In past we have the queries like kindly provide all the data. This is the query asked by all the investigating officer, which is not good, because if you don't have any specific query for the case, then you have to find nothing. As a analysis and a digital forensic examiner, I know what exactly available in that particular device. But if investigating officer is not, requesting that I need that particular data, so then we don't able to, find any good result. So we have some lab queries. In my lab, we have so many of queries. Like in one case, criminals deleted or format the phone. So if the IO investigative officer, he sent me the query that at what time last the criminal, reset that device. So based upon that query, we have some, database file, logs files available in the devices. So I gave the result of that particular extraction, and based upon that, they have increase in the section of 201. Yeah, so that's important. So queries. So apart from that, because we are facing a huge pendency, we have in 1 year 400, more than 400 or 4,000 cases sometimes came to our lab. So we have this year we have established 11 more labs in range level and commissioner level. Apart from that, we have 28 cybercrime police station established in each district and commissionerate of Punjab. And they are having all the mobile and disk forensic capability for investigation in the crime scene. So now the main topic, yeah. So we social media lab. So the Punjab is facing the most, the hot topic is Khalistan. So Sikh referendum 2020. So we are facing so many of these pro Khalistan. They are propagating online. They are arrange so many people, young youth, to join this campaign through online. So these are some people who is doing this kind of propaganda. So now the part is the topic is the technique we are using. So since many police officers are here, so we use a social engineering technique for that. So I have data available with me. So we have created fake accounts based upon the, which type of people we are monitoring. So we have created the fake profiles of Khalistan, people. And then we have sent a message, and based upon that messages, we have so much of contacts of Khalistani who's propagating from the outside of India. So we collect these data from the social engineering without any tool. So also we have sometimes we created Google Forms and sent to the all the Sikh for Justice campaigner, so join this campaign. So we have a lot of data from the Punjab who's want to join this campaign. So we have a lot of database, and based upon that database, we send these reports to the intelligence, and intelligence will round up, and we have so much of arrested people. And also we do forensics of their phones, and we find a lot of data related to the Khalistan. So these are some, free, if you don't have any tool, but you have a mind, so you have to apply some mind to extract those data. So also we have to, because since all the number is foreign based, so we do another technique like reverse CDR of. So which people from these number they are calling to India or in Punjab. So based upon that, we have find many people who's constantly, talking with these guys. So we find that database as well. And apart from that, we have a social links. It's a commercial tool, so we use social links. And preservation of data, we also preserve the data, because mostly the people, they have created a fake account then delete it. So we preserve all the data from X1 social discovery tool. So it's a commercial tool. They extract the data, capture the data with hash value, which is applicable in the court of law. So in many terrorist cases, we capture data through X1 social discovery. So these are some profile of referendum 2020, and we have extract all the mobile phones. So this is reverse CDR we do, and all the local numbers just to showcase. So mostly the SFJ, jo Sikh for Justice movement, is doing from the Pakistan. So we have some proofs for that. And then we have IT section 69A. So we block the link through MITI. So we have ADGP Cybercrime. He is the nodal officer for Punjab. So we have blocked all the accounts. So in a major case of Amritpal arrest, so many of online links is is sharing, and we have in that scenario Facebook help a lot us. So in 20 minutes we block the links in that particular. So more than 300, 400 Facebook pages we block in 20 minutes. Yeah. So that's a very good for that's the first time the Facebook help us. Yeah. So apart from that, we have a 79.3. We have also authority. We have AIG Cybercrime, who's a nodal officer for that. So if anyone is having a child CSAM material or any other material gangsters, so we also block the, since some of them is based upon the Facebook, because Facebook is don't want to, if you have 400 or 500 users, then Facebook not easily blocks your account. So if they block the account, they have so much of business loss for them. So that's why the percentage rate is very less. So we do daily reporting law and order situations. So we upcoming events is coming, so we regularly monitoring for that. We have regular keywords of Khalistan, Sikh for Justice and all. So this I tell already. So these are this is social link tools. So manually, sometimes you need quicker and faster results. So that's why we have a social links tool for that. So case study, this is a case study of WhatsApp impersonation. So it's came to all over the India in 2021 or 22. There are so many of impersonation of WhatsApp of all the higher officials, CMs and dignitaries. So they put the photograph of DGP, Chief Ministers and all Cabinet Minister of Punjab, and after that, they send the message to the colleagues. So if you are DG and do send message to ADG that I need a favor, I am in trouble, I need some Amazon gift card. So that's the main modus of operandi for that. So based upon that, we register 4 FIR in state cybercrime. So these are the modus operandi I tell already. In investigation, so in that scenario, we have send a 91 CRPC message notice to the WhatsApp authorities, and they are all based in Nigeria, based upon the IP information we have. So they are all based in the Nigeria. So we have do another technique of reverse IP. So how many IP address of that IP address who is at particular time they are communicating with India. So based upon that we have find more than lakhs of number. So after that we zeroing with the help of our technical team. So it's reduced to 187. So after that we also use that social engineering technique. We send messages to, and they gave us some bank accounts, and based upon that we arrested first guy from New Delhi. He's a Nigerian. So after that we arrest another 3 guys. So they basically what they do, they basically do, there is a one application, thermal cam. So they send the thermal cam link through Telegram to the users, like me. If I am a user, I am on Telegram. So they sending the links, and if you you install the application, then all the access goes to the their end. So that's why they have a OTP of WhatsApp, and they hack the. Initially, we have a address of that number. We goes to sometime Assam and other, sometime in Leh, and the actual user there say that my account is hacked 2 days back. So then we find this application, and it's more than 3 years, and he's still on. He's not getting bail, because we have extracted a lot of data from their laptops, their mobiles. So it's almost three years. They having a lot of they are sending a lot of petitions to the High Court, and still they are on in jail. So that's the power of digital forensics. So there is the latest case we have cracked. Punjab police arrested 155 employees of fake call center, and in 155, 42 guys from Nagaland. So that's and they have very small kids, 18 years, 19 years. So that's very strange. So these are some. In that case, we have more than 250 laptops and digital devices. So it's the extraction is undergoing in our lab. So I think in 15 days we make a report of that. So we find many crucial data of US law enforcement. They send notices to they created fake US attorney and judges warrant, and based upon that they have lured the money. So we also have this Cambodian, we have arrested 2 people who is doing this cyber slavery in Cambodia. So the investigation is going on. We have some more cracks in. Currently, we are working on this scenario. So that's we have also provide trainings. So that's thanks. We have a lot of things I want to say, but time don't allow. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, we will just take one question, if anyone has any. Just one for.
Yeah, Rohit sir, you can explain regarding the customized drone. You are talking about the drones and what you are getting on the border regions of India and Pakistan, and basically what you are getting there, those are the customized drones. Okay. What kind when you are going when you are getting such kind of devices on scene of crime, and you don't have capability within the lab to extract data, what kind of techniques you opt to get data out of them? Because all of the drones are like customized, they are not branded.
So for that, we have to find out the slot. So in most of the cases, we find the slot. So if we have any slot of USB or something, then we have able to extract data. But if the drone is damaged, then we have no such facilities available in the lab. The only facility is chip-off. So I'm a certified of chip-off technology, but we don't have technology available in our lab.
But what kind of data we get when we have drawn with us? What kind of data we will get getting out of it? What we can conclude from it?
Yeah. So for in drone we have a .dat file. So in .dat file we have the drone flight, where the drone start to fly, where is the end of that drone, what is the battery. Battery is very important in the drone investigation. So if the battery is 40% or 50%, it's also help in investigation. So it's tell us the how much the drone fly. It's a 5 kilometer or 6 kilometer. Then we have photographs, videos. In one of the case, we have the trial is going on. So we find the drone is flying from the Pakistan to India. So we have all the coordinates with that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll request our students to please felicitate our guest on stage. We'll start with Mr. Rohit Hira, in charge State Cybercrime DITAC, Punjab Police. Thank you, sir, for showing us the techniques how social media investigation is being taken care of. Next in line we have Mr. Naveen Kumar Singh. His insights on the role of preliminary investigation, OSINT, was remarkable. Thank you, Mr. Naveen. Now, Mr. Naveen is the founder of Power Forensic and Digital Intelligence. Third, we have Mr. Ajay Saryal, Product Specialist, Tech Sales, MSAB. Thank you, sir, for your insights today and letting us know how MSAB's products are impacting the cybersecurity space. Thank you. Last but not the least, Major General Pawan Anand, who is also advisor to this conference. We would like to thank him for all his contribution. Even after his personal emergency, he made sure to come here and address the gathering. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and insights how social media is influencing the security forces. Now we will move to the next session. Thank you so much. The next session we will have Mr. Vishal Verma, DGM India, Stellar Information Technology. और वो सर का वो जो सर खड़े हुए कौन लोग सर का मिला है सिर्फ आशीष का नहीं मिला वो इसको नहीं इसको मिला ओके ठीक है मिस्टर विशाल वर्मा डीजीएम इंडिया स्टेलर इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कर्नल संजीव रेलिया चीफ स्ट्रैटेजी ऑफिसर एथेनियन टेक Shri Bapi Saha, Forensic Digital Analyst, Cyber Forensic Division, Tripura State Forensic Science Laboratory. Mr. Ashish Upreti. This is the last session of the conference. Hope it will be as insightful as all others, and we request you to support this last session with full energy. Post that we have a quick valedictory where we will, the conference chairs and the author of the paper, the working paper that we are planning to come out with, for the conference, which we will be sending across to everyone. He will be speaking a little bit about the key takeaways that we had from the conference. So it will be a quick valedictory, post that we will go for lunch. Let's target to reach lunch by 2:30 so that we don't keep our audience, such an engaging audience, hungry for long. So to start with, I'll ask Mr. Vishal Verma to start his presentation. So request all of them to please keep the time short. I know it's very interesting. I don't try to stop, but at the end I had to come, so sorry. But please keep the time in mind. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Anubhav. Good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to the last session. I know we already are late, so we'll try to wrap it up in about next 40-45 minutes. So please be with us. It's the last session. I know there is a lot of information, a lot of knowledge that has been given to you in the last 2 days. So we'll just try to add on to it whatever we could, whatever the missing parts of the information that was there. I'm sure that this session would be addressing those questions, queries. So, the topic which I would be talking about is about importance of professional data recovery in cyber digital forensics. We have a lot of session about digital forensics, how you do it, what you do it, but data recovery is one of the essential part of cyber forensics. There were, speakers yesterday as well, Akash from Tata, who has talked about what is data recovery, how it is done. But I think that subject has not been covered in detail. I would be giving you some insights about data recovery. But before I do that, let me put up my credentials here. So I represent a brand called Stellar. If you have heard about us earlier, we are a data recovery company. We started our operation in 1993. So it's about 3 decades, 30 years in this business. We have been recovering data from the devices when the computers were unknown in India. So, our co-founders, they passed out from Pune University, and data recovery was one of their college projects which was given to them. So at that time, there was floppy drives from which they wanted to recover some data. And then they thought that, there would be a lot of digitization or IT world would be there in coming few years. So we need to have this kind of products. We struggled in initial few years, but after one of the breakthrough project which we did for one of the customers, our name was flashed in the Times of India, and then we got the recognitions about it. So my name is Vishal, and I handle digital business for India market and also some part of the government business as well. 1993 we started operations. Our core offering is into data recovery, and we do data recovery from all kind of storage devices. We offer DIY software, which is a do-it-yourself application. All you have to do is download the product into your system, scan your system, and then it will show you the results about the deleted file. We offer data recovery services, and then also we have stepped into the data recovery training programs as well. In terms of our capabilities, we process about 40,000 jobs every year in our data recovery lab. So we have about 14 data recovery centers in India. If you see the label of the slide, we are global leader in data care. However, I have talked about only data recovery. So when we talk about data care, it's about, data recovery is, once you create data, so data is there. During this whole life cycle, you would be processing it. You would be deleting it, you would be recovering it, you would be processing it in the forensic side of it. But when it comes to the data care, the last step, missing step is when you have to put data into rest, that is, your data is not breached. So we have also developed a technology which is into secure data destruction, and then it covers the whole life cycle. So we help you in recovering the data. We also help you in discarding the data beyond the scope of recovery. So that's the background of the company. Before I step into data recovery, let me give you some brief overview about digital forensics. Of course, there's a lot of information which has been given about the digital forensic, but I would be giving you some add-ons to it. You know, it's a process of identifying, preserving, analyzing digital evidences in a manner that is legally admissible. So, you know, the first is identification. You identify what are the source from where you need to have the evidences. The second step, which I think not covered in much, is preservation. So preservation is ensuring that your data is not altered during this whole process. You know, so how do you do it? You typically create an image of the source file, and then you process the data from it. This step is same into the data recovery as well. Why do we only process the image? It's because we wanted to keep the source file, source media as intact, because during the investigation process or during the recovery process, there are high chances that the media would be dead. So if the media, source media itself is dead, you won't be able to create images further, you won't be able to process it further. So in terms of preserving the source media is very, very important, and hence you need to make sure that you are only working on the image of the drives. Collection, of course, it is known to everybody that you need to collect the devices from various sources, and then you need to maintain a proper chain of custody. So when we talk about proper chain of custody, it means people. So one is who has seized the device, second who has recovered or processed the information from it, and third who has interpreted the information and created a report about it. Examine, you find the relevant information from these devices. You interpret the evidences, reconstruct the events, and then you present it in the court so that it is legally admissible. So that's the background about forensics. So in terms of government funding, of course, Modi ji is here. So Modi ji has pushed a lot of funds to the cyber forensics. And the reason for that is that government want each and every state to become self-capable of resolving their cyber fraud cases. So what they are doing is there is a allocated budget of about 2,200 crores which has been approved, and I think it would be distributed to state and center forensic laboratories. And where this fund would be used is to build the capability internally, and second would be to procure top-notch technology for the cyber forensics. Why they are doing it is because they wanted to fasten the criminal justice system. So Mr. Muni has covered about some of the laws which has been amended by the government. Of course, the background is earlier I think we were using some old criminal laws which are in today's scenario are not very relevant, because most of the crimes are happening on the digital side of it, and if our investigation and our judiciary is not supporting those evidences, then there is no use of it. So what they are trying to do is, I think another news which was floated during the election campaign was that they are going to change the constitutions. So, not only, I'm not sure about the constitution, but I'm sure about there would be a lot of amendments about the laws so that we can fasten the, criminal systems within the country. And that is the reason why they are pushing a lot of funds to the state and cyber agencies. Now coming to the core topic, role of data recovery. So, whenever you seize the device, there is some information which is available to you. You can see it, you can connect the drive, you can see a lot of information which is there. But there is some hidden information, there is some deleted information which is not upfront visible to you. So in those cases, you have to recover the data. And I would be covering what are the steps, how the data recovery is done. But typically, data recovery is the first step before you start the cyber forensics, because you need to have first data in front of you, then only you can analyze it, then only you can interpret it. This is what we call is Niskarsh of our 30 years research. So as a pioneer in data recovery, we believe that your first attempt is the best chance to recover the data. Let me give you a number. We operate at about 90% success rate from our all storage devices which we receive. And 90% success rate is for the devices which are given to us upfront as a first attempt. However, if you attempt a data recovery within your facility and you are not able to do it, you send that drive to us, our success rate also dropped by 30%. So we operate about 60% in those cases where there is a failed attempt for the data recovery. So in terms of best chance, the first attempt is very, very important for you. So you need to make sure the guy who is working on the drives in terms of recovering the data is thorough professional. He understands the data recovery. Yeah, so how do you typically do it? You create images of the drives and then you do the recovery. In terms of types and technologies in the data recovery, it's a very, very specialized field, and many of the customer or the guys who are doing recovery, they correlate it with the repair. Typically in many of our cases also, whenever customer reaches to us, they say, I wanted my hard disk to be repaired. So hard disk to be repaired, once you lose the data, typically, the hard disk is of no use. If it has failed one time, if you want to keep on using it, there are high chances that it will fail again. So what you need to do is, you not need to repair the hard disk. You need to have the data back, and then you discard that hard disk, process the data, create another backup of the data. So typically, what are the data losses that we face in our lab? It's accidental deletion, that's the most common. Knowingly, unknowingly, we format our drives because of virus, because of any issues. This is the most commonly data loss case which we had witnessed over the years. Then there is a hardware failure. Mechanical, if you are using a hard drive, they are mechanical drive, they are bound to fail within next 3-4 years that's the typical age that they have. So all the mechanical devices would fail at some point of time, and then malware attack and the ransomware attacks, which keep on increasing over the period of time. In the last few years, you might have seen there are a lot of ransomware attacks which are happening. So during these, these are the typical 3 categories of the data losses which we witnessed. And in terms of the recovery, there are level of the recovery: logical level, physical level, firmware level. So logical is simply you delete the data. You can use any software to recover the data. That is called logical recovery. If it's a hardware level, in those cases you need to have specialized tools. You need to have infrastructure. You need to have trained technicians to do the recovery at the physical level. Firmware level is many of the times most of the officials, they don't know about the firmwares, which firmware has to be used, how the firmwares would be upgraded. So if you have to do the firmware level recovery, you need to have the complete library of the firmwares. And since we have been processing these hard drives, SSDs for last 30 years now, so we have a huge database library of the firmware, and then that is the reason why we have a very good success rate in this category. In terms of the methods, for the hardware-based recovery, we have a clean room setup. So it's not only the clean room, actual term is class 100 clean room. Then we do the chip off, then we do the disk imaging. On the software level, there are file carving, logical data recovery, file repair. File repair is one of the most commonly used during your investigation purpose. I can classify the files as normal Word document file, Excels, PowerPoints, or videos and photos as well. So, if you have a CCTV, your video is corrupted, then you need a video repair tool. So those all cases comes under the logical level or the software level recovery. Then we have the RAID recovery. So RAID recovery is if you have seized some kind of servers. So you need to, it's not that you just have to recover the data from the hard disk. So once you create the clone of those hard disks, you need to recreate the RAID by doing the parity analysis. And you can do parity analysis only if you understand the RAID architecture. So these are the different types of the data recoveries that we have been doing. In terms of the devices, it's very important to have the required infrastructure and right techniques for retrieving the vital data from the devices. Typically, these are the devices from which the data recovery is being done. Most of your criminals or your targets to whom you want to do the forensic investigation, they are using these devices. So that's another interesting subject to talk about data recovery is professional versus amateur data recovery. So if you are not trained enough to know the nitty-gritty of the data recovery, how data is stored in the devices, how you can do the spare transplantation, how you can find the right kind of head for a particular hard drive, or you're not aware about the chip off. And if you are just going to do hit and trial about the data recovery, there are very high chances that you won't get data in your life. So you need to be very, very sure about the guy who is doing data recovery. If he is not trained enough, don't trust him, because he would be doing a lot of hits and trial, and there is a very, very high risk involved in that part. However, if you opt for a professional data recovery service provider like us, they usually give you safe, secure, and 100% confidential data recovery. And of course, the success rate are much more higher. So I have talked about it. We usually have a high success rate in most of the complex cases. In many of the cases, we use state-of-the-art equipments, best technology, and even in some cases, the recovery is done beyond the scope of software as well. One specific example is, the ransomware attacks. So in the ransomware attacks, typically databases are corrupted. If you want to do the, basic level recovery from the ransomware, what we do is we put those databases in our softwares, and then we try to repair those databases. Most of the cases, we usually do the raw recovery. So if you want to understand what does raw recovery means? Raw recovery is you would be getting a data, but without the file name and folder name. However, content of the file would be, as it is. So for example, if there is a Word document, there are 10 chapters in that particular document. So you would be recovering those data, but the file name won't be there, but the whole 10 chapters would be there. Now, once it comes to the beyond the scope of the software is, how does the software read a file? It reads from, first bit to the last bit. What happens is when the files are corrupted severely, so there could be some sectors which the software can't read. For example, say from sector 100 to sector 500. If the software is not able to read, then it won't be processing the data. So what we do is in those customized, beyond the software capability, we do codes. Changes in the code so that the software can skip those bad sectors from 100 to 500, and then it can read rest of the data. So in those cases, you usually get about 70 to 80% of the data in raw format. So these are the advantages that you only get with the professional data recovery services only. Now, what are the typical challenges that we are facing? So I have divided these challenges in two parts. One is onto the technology side. So in the technological side, encrypted data recovery, it's a challenge for everybody. It's a challenge for us as well. So there are two levels of encryption. One is internal encryption that typically is done on the hardware level. Most of the cases, in such cases, even the end user is also not aware about what kind of encryption has been used. So in these cases, data recovery is possible when you have access to the drive. External encryption, if there is some kind of customized software, special software which has been used to encrypt the data, specifically with respect to the data privacy, unless and until you have the software details or the password, it's difficult to do the data recovery, and we are also not able to do that part. In terms of the SSD complexity, everybody has, conception about moving from hard drive to SSDs because of the faster speed and because of the, overall lifespan of the SSDs is higher as compared to hard drives. However, in terms of the complexities, so data recovery from the hard drive is kind of simple, or you can say it's still feasible, but SSDs, they possesses a great level of challenge for the recoveries. So if you have heard about a trim command, so trim command is typically, this is enabled not only in the SSDs, but the upcoming hard drives, they also have this trim command enabled. So if you have a trim command enabled in your system and you delete a data, it's typically is not possible to recover the data because that data is typically overwritten. So trim command and complexity into the SSDs, because not many, library or spares about the SSDs are available, so it possesses a lot of challenge for recovering the data from SSDs. Flash media, there is a monolithic technology. So in the monolithic technology, there are about 3 different layers. So there could be a pin diagram of 8 layers, 16 layers, 32 layers, and from these 32 layers diagram, you have to recover the data. And most of these flash drives are outsourced from China, and they keep on changing the technology every 5-6 months. So unless and until you have those block diagram of those pin, of those specific cards available with you, you won't be able to get the data back from those cases. So flash media possesses a challenge, yeah. So MAC drives and ransomware. In terms of the government agencies, we have a challenge specific to the tools and technologies. I talked about there are funds which has been allocated. Lot of tools has been procured. However, in terms of how to operate those tools, the skill set of the manpower is not there. So, investment is going on, tools has been procured, but in terms of usability, not trained enough people are there. In terms of the infrastructure, I talked about clean room, and then I also possess this other question that it's not the clean room, it's class 100 clean room. So if you have to do the data recovery, you need to have those certified class 100 clean room in place. However, what's happening in the typical data recovery labs onto the government side, there have been laboratories which has been created under the impression of clean room. The room is, we do cleaning of this room every day, so it's a clean room for us. However, that's not the actual term. Number of jobs for the data recovery, that's another interesting thing to talk about. So when we do data recovery, if you have to understand it, the skill set, you typically need to relate it with the heart surgeon, right? We say the guy who is doing the data recovery, he's typically doing an operation of the hard drive. Similarly, a doctor who is doing the heart surgery, how the doctor become very, very efficient when he keep on doing those operations every now and then. Similarly, the data recovery guys, they also become experts only when they have regular jobs coming to them. If there is a job which is coming in 3 months and after 3 months there is another job coming, he won't be able to do the justice to the job. So not sufficient number of jobs are coming to the agencies, and that's why there is a lack of skill set into the government side. General practice, I would just skip this part because I have covered this lot of information about it. Last topic, which is about sanitizing the data. That is typically, I'm sure there are a lot of images which you guys are creating. However, once your case is closed, what you guys are doing about those hard drives. So if you are not sanitizing these hard drives, by using a right technique, there could be a possibility that the data would be breached from your lab itself. So hence it is very, very important to use right set of the products, certified products, which can erase the data so that the old data can't be recovered. So, to maintain the data security and privacy, it is very important to sanitize the data, to stay compliant with the law and regulations. Mr. Muni talked about DPDP Act as well. So, most of the organization would be bound to do the erasures once the law is implemented. So this is another interesting slide. Earlier, when you were doing the, a lot of information was there on the papers, right? So once the case was closed, how the papers was disposed of. So there was a shredder, we used to, put the papers in the shredder and the information is discarded. Now what's happening in the digital space is, most of the data has been moved to the hard drives or SSDs. Now we have a typical mindset, if I have to say destroy the data, so typically what comes in my internet, they opted for a vendor for a degaussing, and the data was breached not only once, but thrice in a span of 5 years. And they were put up a penalty of $20 million in US. It's a very, very famous case studies. So you need to make sure to whom you are handing your devices and what kind of practices they are using for the discarding of the data. So what we do is we give an alternate to these, shredding and degaussing techniques. We call it as a software-based erasure. Typically in the software-based erasure, what we do is we do the overwriting of the data. So once you overwrite the data, data recovery is not possible. So what we do in terms of solutions which we are offering right now, we do certified training programs onto the tools which you have already procured, specifically onto the PC3000. It's completely 100% available. So we would be taking up the questions. You can park your questions for the end of the slides. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. I would now request Colonel.
I really do not know. We have some learned lawyers here. Maybe they will be able to answer this question. Whether the judge sitting there, Sanjeev Relia gets arrested for because an AI tool said that, okay, this is a face of the person who did crime. But Sanjeev Relia says, no, I was not even in Delhi. I was in Kohima that day. So those questions are still there. Data poisoning. Since AI relies heavily on training data, and that data itself gets poisoned through a cyber attack, the outcomes will get, will get compromised. Accountability. AI gives you a prediction, or AI gives you a solution to a question for your forensics. will you be held responsible for it, or is AI tool responsible for it if things go wrong? So that still needs to be figured out. Black box nature. We do not know what is there inside AI. Unfortunately, most AI algorithms, most LLMs are made in the Western world. So they are heavily biased racially, gender, color, the AI has all kinds of bias. So we really do not know what is going on, what are the algorithms inside that, how are those algorithms working, are there any biases, are they differentiating between Indians and the Americans or the Indians and the blacks? We really don't know, and the outcomes could be biased. It discriminates between people, and last and not the least, that AI hallucinates. So there are, when AI does not have answer, it'll hallucinate and may produce an answer which may be completely off the tangent. It happened in the court in Chennai, where some lawyer decided to use AI, and he typed out of a similar case which AI gave the answer, but when he went to the court, it was found that such a case never existed. So these kind of things do happen. It is still a maturing technology, but it is coming in a big way. It is here to stay. And as law enforcement agencies, we need to be aware of what are these technologies which can assist us in solving a crime. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Colonel. Somehow, Pathik, you are that research paper in the conference which is getting citation every now and then. So, thank you, sir. It was very interesting to hear about the various, tricks and techniques that people are using to, using AI in the criminal world. Now I would like to request Sri Bapi Saha, Forensic Digital Analyst, Cyber Forensic Division, Tripura State Forensic Science Laboratory. So we'll be speaking on solving cases using the AI case studies.
Good afternoon. I think this is lunch time and it's very difficult to take session in this time. So first of all, I'd like to thank Nilet for inviting me. And I am the person from Northeast, so Nagaland is familiar to me. I am from Tripura State Forensic Science Lab, and I'm heading the division of Cyber Forensic Division. So I'm neither from cyber security background, neither from corporate. I'm purely working on digital forensics and give evidence that is admissible in the court of law. Okay. What I'll be speaking, that is about some case studies, what we did in the lab. And as you know that every forensic lab is by default, it is research laboratory. It is DSI certified research laboratory. So apart from examining cases, our another motto is to publish some research paper based on real case study. So in my slides, although I've been given to AI and AI solving cases in AI, so I'll try to focus on one or two cases on AI. And another aspect I thought to share with you, that is the use of image forensics. That is not touched upon by any of the speaker. So let's see, because time, I am having limited time. Let's see how much I can share. So this is definition of AI. I think my previous speaker already mentioned everything. There are sub-branch of AI, machine learning, deep learning, then big data. So these are the some crimes I think sir has already touched upon almost every area. I want to just mention the point number 5. That is AI-powered software development lead to a new generation of script kiddies, because nowadays everybody is wanted to learn AI. Someone having the knowledge of AI, someone might not having the knowledge of AI. So they want to use the AI tools, and as an outcome, that comes as script kiddies. Ultimately, it becomes a problem for the investigator as well as a problem for the normal people also. So these are the some reports recently published by DuckDuckGo's AI. I think one of the popular site of these are working on deepfake. And they have also published one video also of deepfake videos. And these are already elaborately discussed. I don't want to explain again. This is the one site which is mostly favorable by the criminals. This site is called "This Person Does Not Exist." Means whatever faces we are looking at this site, you can generate the face as per your own, and you can create fake profile, you can create fake LinkedIn account, and whenever you try to do some reverse engineering, you will not be getting anything, because this person does not exist in the world. So this is the platform which are available online, and that is anyone can access it. So we crossed 2-3 cases of this kind of case. Now, problem of AI, as sir mentioned, so many things, that is data privacy and protection. In morning also, one of the lawyer, he mentioned everything. Generate false positive result in some case. I am going to touch upon this because false positive result, those who are working in the use of tools, that is like Cellbrite or magnet forensics or FTK, which having AI capability. So we used to do some, to reduce the timeline, we used to do some AI tools inbuilt in that tool, and we had to categorize some data. I'll show some data that categorize. And in this categorization, sometimes we may find the data which are false positive in nature. Suppose we are looking for screenshot, and we got some data which are not related to screenshot. So these are called false positive data. And we have to eliminate all these data. Sometimes we cannot really depend upon only AI. We have to manually find out the crucial evidence. Then data ambiguity may occur. What is data ambiguity? And same picture or video may categorized in 2 different portions. So in that case, you have to decode it, whether it is really belongs to this category or that category. So also this is the already discussed, the new criminal laws has been implemented, and there are 3 taglines: timeline, forensic science, and technology. So everywhere there is a requirement of technology. This is my lab. We have been doing since 2015, and I have examined more than 1200 cases, and almost every month 10 to 15 court I have to attend. This is the one interesting case study that I want to share. This is a conference of national security, and this case related to national security. Case is like that, some group of travelers, because we are surrounded by Bangladesh, some group of travelers, they wanted to go to other part of India, and they did not have the valid passport. So they are Bangladeshi citizens. So what they did, they took some fake Aadhaar cards, and they went through the Agartala airport. So somehow their body language was not up to the mark, and the police people did the good job. They interrogated them and asked them, what is your valid card? And they showed this kind of Aadhaar card. You can see these are the Aadhaar cards. Okay. Then after interrogation, they convinced that they are not Indian. They took that Aadhaar card and also asked them, from where you got that Aadhaar card? They said that we got it from one of the agent in Tripura. And police did the good job, because everybody was telling about that police needs to improve. But what I started in 2015, that time I used to explain then what is hard disk. Now everybody knows what is write blocker. So this is the improvement. This is fact. Nobody can deny. Police has improved a lot. We need to improve further, because this technology has no end. So every day there is new challenge, so we need to improve further. But what my personal feeling, because I have been attached with Police Training Academy and Tripura Judicial Academy, they have learned a lot. Otherwise, we could not have solved this kind of cases. They could have missed that laptop and mobile phones, could not have solved the cases. So in that case, what we found, these things were sent to FSL, and they asked whether this is a genuine or fake Aadhaar cards. So what we did, first of all, we checked with UID that these numbers were fake. Then we thought, let's go into the deep drive of this card, how did they make this card? So while analyzing the things, we found that he might have used some editing software to make the fake Aadhaar card, or he might have used some high resolution scanner to make the fake Aadhaar card. But I was totally shocked that there is no trace of editing software and no trace of scanner. Then I thought, let's check through his browser history. So browser searching history. Then here I found he searched like this: how to make fake Aadhaar card, how to create fake Aadhaar card using AI, how to create a fake Aadhaar card without using app. This kind of taglines were there in his search history. So then I thought he might have used some tools, and luckily I got the link. That is, he has used one tool, app-based tool, which is not available in the Play Store. Okay, this was a so-called, we call it a dark web. This was available in dark web. I don't think this is a dark web. This is, we could also access it very easily. That we downloaded that app and installed in our demo mobile. Okay, and the result was very interesting. I am showing this. Actually, this paper has been published in Journal of Applied Security Research, Taylor and Francis. Last few months back, I published. This is reported journal in cybersecurity research. There are several angles of this investigation. One is that what are the tools used for making fake Aadhaar cards? Another is that the QR code. What about QR code that embedded in the Aadhaar card? Because he might have used different QR code. He might have used QR code embedded in the app. So we made a model. This is the model. This is for research purpose. We made a model. And in this model, our motto was to find out that APK and QR code. Because we got that, we found that these Aadhaar cards fake, numbers were fake. So initially we found one or two QR code. And QR code, you know that QR code having some white space boundary that required to decode. But our conventional forensic software failed to decode that QR code. Then what to do? Then we tried with our Apple QR code scanner. That also failed. Then we thought to let's go through the options of, in some forensic tools, there are options of scripting. Then we contacted MSC technical team, and we sat and together we discussed so many things. Then we come up with some algorithm. Then this could be the algorithm. And based on that algorithm, we designed one script. And that was included, and we could decode the QR code. See the decoding of QR code. That was decoded. So after that decoding QR code, we found the data that belongs to the person who was generating the Aadhaar card. That person, travel agent, who was generating fake Aadhaar card, that belongs to that person. Okay, this is one option. Next is that we downloaded the app and installed. See the right side. These are the resources of that app. We did app reverse engineering, and we found these are the resources. For your purpose, I am showing my demo Aadhaar card. These are the demo Aadhaar card. This is my Aadhaar card, prepared by this tool. See how criminals are there using the tools and technique. This is another case. I'm hiding some privacy. Okay. This is another case where there was a complaint that some obscene material of a girl were circulating in the social media, and she lodged a complaint, and she told the police that I have some doubt with this boy. Okay, and police did that. He captured, collect that mobile phone from that boy. Now, when it was sent to FSL, we thought that there are two possibilities. As a forensic expert, what we used to see, that is the boy and girl might have been in relation. They took some obscene photos, and now they are broken up, and they try to publish. Okay, this is one reason. Another is that he might have used some editing software. Okay. But I was totally wrong while doing analysis. I tried to find the Photoshop, other apps, nothing was there. Then I got these two similar photos. You see the photos in the up, in the bottom, in the left side. Okay. These two photos are looking similar. Only thing is that one with cloth, one without cloth. Similarly, right side also, these photos, two photos are similar. One with cloth. Then that struck upon your mind that there might be some tool which was used. So going through his Telegram analysis, we found that he used one AI cloth removal tool, AI based cloth removal tool. He downloaded it from Telegram, installed in his mobile, and did all these things. This was a case under 376. Okay. Now this is the best example because we are surrounded by Bangladesh and drug trafficking is huge. These are the best example of use of AI to categorize drugs. See how the pictures drugs. Even I must tell you, for police people, those are our seniors are there. They might not get interest in this. In drug, they are having some trick. Okay. There is seller, one other is handler. Okay, they used to pass this one person to another person. So in that case, what we found, there was some picture of 5 rupees notes in the chat. Okay, 5 rupees notes. Why they are sending? Actually, this is the notes having some number. They need to confirm to the other party that if you show that number, if you can tell yes, then you need to deliver the drugs. And we got it confirmed through their audio analysis also. Some audio files were recorded. This is another case of copyright. Okay. There was a complaint that someone used their logo. Okay. And there are 2 types of logo. One is for real logo, another is from some rebel company logo. So that this is also published in the international journal. You see, that time we did not have that any tools like Folklore, like MPED, because I am from technical background. I did MTech in computer science, and I did lots of study in image processing. So I know little bit of coding. So I started, why not use some coding? So we did some coding on the RGB pattern, histogram pattern of color analysis. And you see there are 2 patterns, this graphical method. One is dotted line showing that original image, color pattern, and solid line showing that fake logo. Okay, this is also in this case we also applied edge detection method. Edge detection method, you can clearly understand the difference between these 2 logo through edge detection method. This is we applied in this case. This is another case related to CSM, child sexual abusive material. That is also published in the journal in the 2018. That was the case, one 9-year-old girl was raped several times, and due to fear, she could not lodge complaint on time. There was no biological evidence. You know, in forensic science, biological, physical evidence, there was no biological evidence. Somehow police interrogated the person. He collected he was having one iPad and mobile phones. So what we did, we got the video. Actually what he did, he recorded some video and tried to blackmail her several times, and he did rape upon that girl several times. So what we did, you see the analysis. The left side is the photograph that is taken from the videos available in his, not available, it was deleted, we recovered it through some software, available in the videos, and right side is the crime scene investigation. The police team went to that room and they collected this photo. Okay, we could able to compare all those things. That is proved in the court of law. another thing what we did, we collected bare hand skin surface texture, okay, image of from video, and we collected photo from him. So I know little bit of image forensics. We did statistical analysis, that is image processing statistical analysis of skin surface through different method, and methods are mentioned, and we found that this is matching almost 90%, almost 92%. So these are the some cases, I think this is another cases we did in the bank fraud case, fake currency case. In fake currency case, there are some notes were sent to FSL lab, and this is the department related to document examination. So what we did, they document division having their own expertise, they did something. What we extra did in that case, we took the microscopic image of security thread. You see microscopic images of security thread. Upper one is the original currency, and lower one is the duplicate currency. See how the difference. And we took the RGB histogram, and see the color composition difference is also, that is huge difference. So these are the some cases. I think I have lots of cases. I initially thought to explain 60-65 slides. Then after that, coming here, it has come to me that is, I know that is 10 minutes. Also, pardon me, I took little bit more. Okay. Thank you. If you have any question, just let me know.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ashish Upreti is next, sir. You need the HDMI, right?
Wow, I mean, 14 years, I still get goosebumps attending these kind of conferences and the kind of knowledge that is shared. And that's what I shared yesterday. I mean, this field is so dynamic. Irrespective of how long you have been in this field, you still feel like a student, like every day learning so many new things. Okay, so I'm standing between you all and the lunch. Someone said that, you get great ideas when you're thinking about food, right? No, I mean, if you're foodie like me, absolutely not, but yeah. So I'll try and keep it short, just trying to cover something on automation. Again, a lot covered. I'm going to skip the introduction, directly jump into the topic. So automating the lab, we have spoken about different tools, technology, different kind of investigations, different type of crimes, different type of evidences. What I want to focus on is the problem, and I absolutely agree with what Bapisha sir mentioned that, and I've seen this, I've personally experienced this, that nobody can say that, police is lagging behind. I mean, the kind of work that has been done in last 4-5 years, I know, I would say 30-40 people across, in every state, who actually did not know what digital forensics was, and today they are actually my mentor because they share so many new things with us every day. So there's a lot of work that has been done. What we need to do now is, how do we take this forward? How do we take all that information and ensure that the mission is same, right? Seek justice and protect the innocent. So we need to make sure that whatever we are doing, whatever case we're working on, it's not a device. There's somebody behind that device. There's it could be innocent, it could be a criminal, but there is a person waiting for justice. And for that, we've come up with automation. I'm not going to deep dive into the tool. I'm just going to cover what the current scenario or what the current workflow is like today. Right, so you collect the evidence, you queue the evidence in labs, then it goes for processing, analysis, then you share it with the IOs. The IOs will again go into the evidence. They would bookmark, tag, create report, and then it goes to the court. So this is the entire process that we have today. Nothing wrong with this process. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this process. But the problem now, we're talking about 175 zettabyte of data that is going to come in next 2-3 years, right? So this process is going to be absolutely obsolete. We just cannot, keep up with the kind of evidence with the manual processing. You could buy n number of tools, you could buy 100 licenses for a particular tool. We would be very happy as an OEM if you're buying 100 licenses of our tool, but then, that would not help the case because there is burnout, right? We cannot work 24/7 to 365. There is limited resources available. We lack trained manpower. Triveni Singh sir mentioned yesterday that these 2-3 days, 4 days training would not help, right? So how do we solve this scenario? I mean, again, device backlog, then there is, data silos, right? You have ensured that you have shared data with the IOs, you have taken all precautions to make sure, because this is evidence, right? But then how do you ensure that this data would be in 10 different places? There are 10 investigators, it could be different states, it could be international case where people from, different countries are involved, and this data would be everywhere. So as an investigator with all the rules coming in, we need to ensure that, the data is secured. So we need to create silos where there are, in future, where there is everything in one centralized storage with enough backup. We would not go into the hardware. So how do we do this? With the manual workflow, you can see that at every point there is manual touch point. The example I give here is a very short example that, say for example, as an investigator, you started a case, right? It's a simple hard drive. Now you'd use some tools, the duplicator tools, to create an image, a forensic image of that hard drive, which takes, I'll take an average of about 4-5 hours. It could take more time, but 4-5 hours of imaging. And definitely everyone in the room would agree with me that in India especially, we don't have experts who are only working on digital forensic cases. You would be called for all kind of documentation. थोड़ी देर के बाद phone आ जाएगा कि भाई वहाँ पे कोई आ रहे हैं, आप जाओ अपनी team को लेके, and all of that things happen, right? So 4 hours in imaging. Say for example by 1 p.m. the imaging is completed. But then you are in a discussion with your senior officers in his lab, so it took you like another hour or so to come back and see that okay, now the imaging is complete. Then you would then take that image to another software for processing, data extraction, analysis. Now you've started the processing around 1-2 p.m., which will take another 8-9 hours depending on the data. So by the time the processing is complete, it's probably 11 p.m. at night. You're already at home, right? So there's nobody there in the lab from 11 p.m. to say 9 a.m. in the morning when you come to the lab. So you've lost that time as well. So we need to use technology to basically bridge this gap. We need to make these tools work 24/7 into 365. There's no medical leave, there is no weekend, nothing, because you've paid so much. I mean, there's so much of money that goes into buying these kind of solutions, the hardware, softwares. So what we are trying to do is to reduce the manual touch point with automation. So this is what we do. The entire acquisition process is automated, and the experts would now only focus on the analysis. I was one of the critics of this solution when it first came into India, right? We started automation. This was going on into enterprises and corporate for a long time. But I wasn't sure that whether this will work for the law enforcement or not. But then we came across the first users who was Metro Nashville police in US, and they implemented this. And they were traditional lab with 3 people. The lab in charge was in his 50s, typical traditional forensic investigator, and he was literally not willing to come on board. They implemented this automation technique in their lab where they could just automate all the manual touch points, all the miscellaneous tasks, and focus on the analysis. I saw his post on LinkedIn about 6 months or 7 months, once they started using this tool. And he mentioned, it was a personal post where he mentioned that in first time in his 30 years of career, he's spending weekend with his family. And that's what this tool does, right? He's not taking back, a lot of, we all have bad experiences with investigations. The kind of investigation you work on, it's not easy. And I relate to this more now because I have a daughter, right? And we've all worked on cases like child sexual abusers. You go through so much of content, disturbing content. We don't deserve that content. We don't need to take that home with us. So we can use technology. Tools are available which will 100%, with all kind of NGOs, Project Vic, NECMEG, they have a huge database, which is global database on CSM. There's AI, which will categorize images for you. So we can implement all that where, these kind of cases where the workflow, where the IOs would only focus on, okay, just try and find out if there is any child sexual abuse related content in that, hard drive. So none of the investigator literally have to go through all of that investigation, look into all pictures, videos. This automation will do all of that for you, to the point where it can also print out the reports. Integration, toolkit approach. One example that I'd like to give is, in some states I give an example of Shaktiman. I don't know how many of you are aware of that, so Gangadhar and Shaktiman. So here, I'm sure most of you would be aware of Clark Kent and Superman. So there's nothing wrong with being what Clark Kent does, but we need to have and use those superpowers which are available. It could be tools, subject matter experts, technology, whatever is available for you to ensure that we reduce the time to justice. I had some case studies as well, but I'll just skip to the POC that we did in India, which actually changed my mindset. This was very recent, and Maharashtra police actually came up with the problem. So they came up with the problem that they have a pendency of 18,000 cases in one of their, primary lab. 18,000 cases, out of which almost 50% cases were related to POSCO. So we sat there, we gave them a presentation. Immediately, they said that, okay, let's do a POC. Let's do a proof of concept. Will this work? And I said, okay, you help us, we'll help you. I'm not sure, we have never done this. This is for the first time we'll be doing a POC. So we set up a small POC where there was an imaging station, a forensic duplicator. Then we have an internal network. There were a couple of workstations, right? Couple of workstations that we used. And then I remember that there was an official committee which was set up, and they told us that, okay, Monday, we are going to come and see the results. And we were sitting on Friday, right? When we set everything up, there were some issues in the hardware setup and all of those things. Till about Sunday afternoon, we could not do anything, right? So the actual processing started at Sunday afternoon, and by Monday, 12 p.m., when the committee came to the lab, we had already processed about 900 GB of data. And they were so impressed with this, even I was impressed. Like, I had literally zero confidence in whether this will work in this environment or not. And this is not about a particular tool. We are trying to integrate multiple tools in this automation process where, whatever manual touch points, any open API tools can be integrated here. You could have your own script, which could be integrated here. Another POCs, which again we did with a couple of agencies, but again I'm not going to cover all that. It's 3 p.m. already. What I'm going to just share with you is, I know there was a lot of information processed, and please feel free to reach out to any of us for any kind of information, details, product. Again, my contact details are here. Now, thanks to Naveen, you also have my address. So if you happen to come down to Delhi, please feel free to knock my door. But yeah, what I want to share with you is a channel that I follow on Discord. This would be really good. And I cover this in every training, every session that I take, that, please use this resource. Discord is an app which is available on your Android, iOS, your web. All you have to do is register in this app. It's an invite-only application where there's a channel called Digital Forensic Channel. It's a global channel where law enforcement officers from different agencies across the globes are available in this channel. All the OEMs, product developers, subject matter experts are available in this channel. So if I'll give you a small example of how this works, right? Everything digital forensics is here. All the websites, OEMs, products, everything is here. And then there are generic discussions like, mobile forensics. There are discussions like training and educations, JTAG, chip-off, network forensics, computer forensics. Say, if you happen to come across, I happened to come across a card swiping machine. I had no clue how to investigate that. So what I did was, without sharing case details, you could go here, just type that, okay, this is a model number, this is a device, has anyone come across, or how have you investigated this kind of device? There was an officer from Belgium police who actually came back to me in the direct chat that, this is what we did to investigate similar cases. So it could be your mobile phones. Say you're getting a mobile phone, a latest mobile phone, and then suddenly you don't know which tool to use. It would take you 2 seconds. Just use your app. It's a Samsung XYZ model. Has anyone done this? There would be somebody who's already done this. They'll come back to you saying that, okay, we have done an extraction using, say, XRY, using UFED, using oxygen. You have saved a lot of time. There are 10 tools in your toolkit. If you go by, every one tool to the other, to the 3 tools, it is going to take a lot of time. So these kind of applications are available. Please make use of this. What I'll do is I'll drop a invite link with Lanu sir or somebody, and then we can share it with all the attendees. Okay, I'll leave you all with a small video. It's just a 2-minute video. It's actually a trailer. I'm not trying to promote the movie, but this was really interesting. So, as an investigator, it's not just about us being investigating the crimes, but it's also about us securing our own self, knowing how the data is, restored, saved, and these kind of documentaries really, are really good. So there are a couple of documentaries. One is The Great Hack, and then the other is Social Dilemma. So I'll just play this video for you, and then that is all from my side. Thank you. So just 2 minutes for this video, and we can then break for lunch. Some of this.
Just increase the volume of that speaker. Just pause it for a second. Or else keep the mic there. I think this should be good.
When you go to Google and type in climate change is, you're going to see different results depending on where you live and the particular things that Google knows about your interests. That's not by accident, that's a design technique. What I want people to know is that everything they're doing online is being watched, is being tracked. Every single action you take is carefully monitored and recorded. A lot of people think Google's just a search box and Facebook's just a place to see what my friends are doing. What they don't realize is there's entire teams of engineers whose job is to use your psychology against you. I was the co-inventor of the Facebook like button. I was the president of Pinterest, Google, Twitter, Instagram. There were meaningful changes happening around the world because of these platforms. I think we were naive about the flip side of that coin. We get rewarded by hearts, likes, thumbs up, and we conflate that with value, and we conflate it with truth. A whole generation is more anxious, more depressed.
I always felt like fundamentally it was the force for good. I don't know if I feel that way anymore.
Facebook discovered that they were able to affect real-world behavior and emotions without ever triggering the user's awareness. They are completely clueless.
Fake news spreads 6 times faster than true news. We're being bombarded with rumors. If everyone's entitled to their own facts, there's really no need for people to come together. In fact, there's really no need for people to interact. We have less control over who we are and what we really believe. If you want to control the population of your country, there has never been a tool as effective as Facebook. We built these things and we have a responsibility to change it. The intention could be, how do we make the world better? If technology creates mass chaos, loneliness, more polarization, more election hacking, more inability to focus on the real issues, we're toast. This is checkmate on humanity.
So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Upreti. Now we will move to quickly to our valedictory section. But before we move to that section, I would like to ask our team to facilitate the guests on the stage. Can we have our team, please? Yeah. Mr. Vishal Sharma, DGM India Business, Stellar Information Technology Private Limited. Shri Bapi Saha, Forensic Digital Analyst, Cyber Forensic Division, Tripura State Forensic Science Laboratory. Mr. Upreti, we have already facilitated. So, not increasing his luggage. Okay, Colonel Sanjeev Relia, thank you so much, Colonel, for your time and making all the way to Kohima. Chief Strategy Officer for Athenian Tech, who enlightened us how AI and automation are accelerating investigation. Thank you so much, the panel. We would request you to take the seat in the audience. There are a lot of forces, lot of people who help us behind the scene, who help us behind the scene, and from our partner side, from the organizing side, from NILET side. Few of them were speakers, so we did felicitate them, but few were there in the audience, and we would like to take this opportunity to felicitate them. Having said that, NILET directors from various sections of the northeastern part of India, where we have the largest presence out of the 50 plus centers that we have. NILET has more than 20 plus centers itself in Northeast, and rest is scattered all over the other states. So without further ado, I would like to call upon Shri B. Krishnamurthy, Executive Director, NILET, Kolkata, to be on stage. Shri N. Debachandra Singh, Director, NILET, Imphal. T. Gunendra Singh, Director, NILET, Aizawl. Shri Anurag Mathur, Director, NILET, Agartala. I would request Lanu sir to join the directors on the dais. Sir Daniel Maran, Officer in charge for Dimapur Center. Before we start, I would request Krishnamurthy sir to recognize Mr. Sunil Bangwal, who is the founder of Pragyan India, and also the program director for this conference. Sunil, are you here? Yes. Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Sunil. Request you to take seat in the audience. Shri Abhishek Thakur, celebrate. We did have Mr. Ashutosh yesterday, so. Thank you, Celebrite, for all your support to this conference. Now I would request N. Debachandra Singh sir to felicitate Sri Rakesh Singh, Next Technogen Private Limited. Rakesh Singh, yeah. Thank you, Next Technogen, for all your support. Muhammad Arshad Alam, MH Service. Thank you, MH Service, for all your support. Now I would request Gunendra Singh sir, NILET Director for ISOL, to felicitate Ms. Sri Midul, D-Town Robotics. Ms. Meenakshi from Stellar Information. Thank you, D-Town Robotics, for all the support. Ms. Meenakshi from Stellar Information. Thank you, Stellar Information, for all the support. I would now request Sri Anurag Mathur, Director NILET Agartala, to felicitate Sri Chetan from Tata Advanced Systems. Sir, are you here? Okay, we'll move to Sri Akshay from Forensics Care Technologies. Are you here, sir? Mr. Akshay? Mr. Deepak from Power Forensics. Thank you. Tokavi ji, AIG Nagaland Police, are you here with us, sir? Please come, sir. Sir is the nodal officer for, and AIG for Nagaland Police. I would request Sri Lanu Wabang to... Okay, sorry. I'll have Daniel, sir, do the honors. Thank you, Nagaland Police, as all of us has seen their tremendous support to the conference. Without it, it won't be possible. All the officers sitting here, thank you so much for all the support that you have provided. Now I would request Sri Daniel Marin, Scientist E, Dimapur Center in charge, to please felicitate our Director B. Krishnamurthy, ED NILET, Kolkata. Thank you so much, sir, for coming all the way and supporting us. The silent force behind the conference are directors from various centers. Now, Mr. N. Debachandra Singh, Director, NILET Imphal. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out and helping us. All these centers collectively show our strength in the northeastern region. Mr. T. Gunendra Singh, Director, NILET ISOL. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and support. Sri Anurag Mathur, Director, NILET Agartala. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Daniel, sir, to please be on stage. I would request him to felicitate Mr. Alok from Tata Advanced Systems. Can we please have the memento given to him? Thank you so much, Tata Advanced System, for all your support. I would now, as we move towards the valedictory, I would now request our chair for the conference and Director NILET Kohima, Sri Lanu Abang, to give his valedictory address.
Good evening to all of you. I, on behalf of NILET, once again thank to all the participants, resource present, expert, dignitaries from all parts of the country. When this is like a dream come true for me, like, we thought of having one state level conference. So 2 months back, I just clicked my mind, why should we have a national conference? Because that state level conference we always conduct quite often, but I cannot do alone myself. We need a lot of support, guidance, advice. So 2 months back, we started planning whom to call, what type of topic, and we need a sponsor. We need a support from the different stakeholders. So we meticulously planned everything, and today, this is one of the first of its kind in the state of Nagaland. We have successfully concluded the first national conference at this level. Not only that, we have a limited infrastructure, so we thought of having a very selective audience. So we targeted around 100, but yesterday registration was 284 physically. Not only that, online participation, we have 1,200 audience are watching this workshop, this conference. The all credit goes to all of the people here expert, or our dignitaries sitting here today. I'm really grateful, I'm so happy, and we Naga people are very simple people, but as the main objective of this conference is that we want to show you the beauty of our state. We want to connect with you, and we want to see the potential that we have in Nagaland and Northeastern state. During this 2-day conference, you might have observed the gap, the resource that we required. As we know, Nagaland is a resource crunch state. It was clearly mentioned by our DGP in his inaugural speech. It is not only about the cash, but it is about the kind that you can support. Knowledge is money. So the vast experience and the knowledge that you have, as we move forward, to look forward, to strengthen this cyber security, cyber resilience, we need your support, your guidance in terms of cash, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of resources, in terms of your knowledge. I got a very good response and feedback from the audience, as well as, it was one of the first event that we have organized, but the level of audience that they responded was amazing. That is one of the, some speakers who have responded to us, because you draw your proactive, draw your passions. I know some of my friends told me that it's like a Rajdhani Express, there's so many topics we have covered. But nevertheless, we want to show how the world is going advanced in this digital world. So this conference is only the tip of the iceberg. It is just to create an awareness that the world is in this, we are going in this, at this pace. So it is sometimes scary, We think that, sometimes some of my friends say that I think we should not go digital because a lot of cyber trade, cybercrime is happening, but we have to go in rhythm with the advances, right? Otherwise we're left behind. NILET as an institution under Ministry of Electronics and Communication idea, we're trying our best level to create awareness, but I cannot do alone. So it is my appeal to all the industry experts and the resource person that gathered here today. Please help us. And I'm telling you, if you bring 100, if you talk about the mainland India, they are quite advanced in so many areas. But if you do a small thing in Northeast, you'll have a great visibility. And the impact will be much more than what we are doing in the mainland India. So with this, since now we are out of the, more time we have taken, and I think some of your stomach might be shouting by this time. So with this, I thank you, all of you, and I forgot to mention one of the key supporter, Mr. Sunil Ji, the event partner, coordinating with all the OEMs and all the speakers. Of course, my co-chair, Mr. Anupov, he's a key person for driving all this conference for the last 2 days, the programming and calling all the big institutions gathered here today. And we look forward for your guidance, support, and to make this Nagaland a new benchmark in cybersecurity forensic, and also to create a much needed skill force for the nation. Thank you.
Yeah. Now I would request Professor Ritesh Dubey, Xavier Institute of Management, Xavier University, who is drafting the paper for this conference. I would request everyone to, he has been the one who has recorded every session, heard every session, writing notes of every session. For his efforts, please give him a big round of applause. I would like him, we will come up with the paper shortly after we receive, we are trying to get letters from all the ministries and all to support. We will be coming up with a proper document which talks about all the proceedings of this conference. I would let Professor Ritesh to summarize the conference and key takeaways for the audience.
Thank you so much, Anubhav. Thank you, Lanu sir, for bringing me over here. It's really an overwhelming experience to be amongst so many people who are going to change the way the future is going to work for us, right? Now, it's a winning moment for all of us, right? Because hungry minds are winning over hungry. Without taking much time, I'll just say that like what we have gone through from fake people to deep fake people, right? That is what we have been basically transitioning through. From physical crime, like as Pathik mentioned, right, dacoity, we have been to something like a metaverse fights over here. So this is what has basically traversed in the last 2 days. We have seen wonderful OEM tools which have basically come up, and then we have also seen wonderful techniques that have been brought to our notice during this conference by the practitioners from all the people who actually work on the field over there. We have seen the vision which Lanu sir has, and which a lot of policymakers and then law enforcement agencies that we have over here. But the conclusion that I have to draw from everything that has been done in the last 2 days is that it's time to act, right? And when I say act, the first A stands for awareness, right? We have to create awareness about the cyber security, cyber crimes that are happening, right? Then the second thing that we need is basically the collaboration, like with all the stakeholders who are going to be there in this particular domain, the practitioners, the law enforcement agencies, judiciary, right? So everyone has to basically collaborate over there. And then basically the last one where ISAC is playing a major role over there, that training and skilling of the workforce which is required, right? So with this act, we would like to basically do justice to the title or to the theme of the conference that we have, where we are going to create a cyber secure Bharat, fortifying India's digital future over there, right? So with this, I would like to thank Anubhav and thank Lanu sir and thank NILET team and everyone present over here for the wonderful experience. We'll be coming up with a conference proceeding which will be shared with everyone out there, and we will take this opportunity to come together and do something more on a proactive approach rather than being reactive, which we are often accused of in terms of technology when we are dealing with the criminals and the cyber fraudulent activists that we have over there. With this, thank you everyone. Have a wonderful day ahead.
So I don't know, a lot of you people have learned a lot in this conference. On a lighter note, I learned 2 things. Never let a professor and a lawyer believe when they say, I will take few minutes and get back. so on a lighter, and Pathik, you became like the poster boy right now. So I would now request, thank you, Professor Ritesh, for all the hard work. Thank you for taking time out on a working week being a professor in such a big university, but your insights and inputs will help us to remember this conference for days as it goes for the record on paper. So looking forward to that. I would now request Daniel Marin, in charge of Dimapur Center, to please felicitate Professor Ritesh Dubey. Request scientist Daniel to stay on stage. Thank you so much, Professor Ritesh. Now I nominate myself to felicitate Daniel sir for all his effort. Thank you so much, sir. Please. Thank you so much. That's it. What a wonderful evening. We are moving towards last night. Hope you all had fun. And all the happy faces, the charged up faces, and everything that as a support audience you can do. Thank you so much from all of us, and we now break for lunch, and hopefully to see you again. And if we will be trying to make it as a benchmark that every year we should be doing such conferences here and bringing the right set of people to Nagaland. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.